Rachel Chernislin. I'm the trustee for Ward 11 and chair of the Toronto District School Board, and we're going to start with a call to order and acknowledgement of traditional lands. If those who are able could please stand. I feel like there's an echo. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all Métis, First Nation, and Inuit peoples. Thank you, Miigwech. You may be seated. So I'm looking for two trustees for approval of the agenda to move. Trustee Laskin, Trustee McLean, thank you. All those in favor, say aye, or show of hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that has carried. Next up, I would ask if we have any trustees who have declarations of possible conflict of interest. Okay, hearing none, we will move on to item number 4, delegations. We have a number of delegations this evening, many of whom will be in person this evening, so welcome to the boardroom. These are a wonderful opportunity for us to hear from the public. We would just remind everybody deputing tonight that we're all required to adhere to the board's code of conduct. This is a public meeting, and all the policies and procedures of the TDSB apply. So we have a wonderful evening of hearing from delegates. We'll be starting with delegate number 1, which is Ragini Sharma. This one, I believe, is in person. Welcome, Ragini. It's nice to see you. Thank you. She's from the Canadian Organizations for Hindu Heritage Education. And so the way this works is you will have 5 minutes. I know you have deputed before, but we'll just go over some of the pieces. You have 5 minutes. In the last minute, you'll hear a chime or a little bell that'll give you a 1-minute warning. And at the 5-minute mark, your time will be up, at which point trustees, if they wish, will be able to ask questions of clarification only. So welcome, thank you for coming, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Dear trustee, my name is Ragini Sharma, and I'm here as a community member to express concerns about the lottery system for admissions into specialized programs with respect to South Asian students. I support the board's intent and desire to better serve underrepresented students, but I have concerns about how it's being done. I'm concerned about the lack of consultation with parents and poor quality of research that's being relied on. I understand that TDSB staff and board are committed to the critical race theory, which is based on the Marxist idea of class oppression. It's been applied to address racism in North America, oppression of the Black and other racialized groups by the oppressive white system. The ideology is driving equity policy whose goal is to get equal outcomes, not provide equality of opportunity. But as the lottery system has shown, this is a slippery slope because it has led to competitive race politics into the board's decision-making process. For example, now South Asians have been positioned as white adjacent because they are academically successful. I'm here to raise a red flag about the discrimination against South Asians who apparently represent about 25% of students. There appears to be growing prejudice at TDSB against South Asians. As we saw in the recent caste suppression motion, South Asians were declared as inherently bigoted. South Asians were ethnically profiled as oppressors on the basis of their creed, place of origin, or ancestry. While worse oppression exists in other parts of the globe, South Asians were singled out and targeted as requiring extra policing. In the case of the specialized programs, the board and staff have targeted South Asians because they are overrepresented in its IB and STEM programs. They apply in large numbers and get accepted in large numbers. It seems completely unfair to penalize South Asian students because they are interested in academic excellence. What about South Asian students being underrepresented in sports and arts specialty programs? Why does the board not have a strategy to increase the number of South Asian students entering sports and arts programs? Are South Asian students not from a racialized group who have historically and currently faced racism? It appears that TDSB board and staff have decided that South Asian students are privileged. South Asian students are now being described as the dominant race, as oppressors, as white adjacent due to their academic success. Such characterization of South Asian community is deeply prejudiced. The South Asian community is not socioeconomically privileged. This myth needs to be busted. The South Asian community is incredibly diverse. It includes Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Muslims. Many fled from Kenya, Uganda, Kashmir, Sri Lanka, for example, due to persecution. Many came as refugees. They rented apartments in low-income communities in Jane and Finch, Scarborough, Etobicoke, and worked in low-paying jobs. Their children excelled in school, not because of privilege, but because they were dedicated to their child's education and made sure their child did their homework and arrived at school well-fed and ready to learn. Why punish them for their hard work and dedication? They succeeded against all odds. Why dash their dreams? Why does TDSB not apply its equity policy to all its racialized students? That the South Asian community faces prejudice, hate, and discrimination is well documented. Discriminating against South Asian students seems unfair. TDSB needs to do what many other boards have done, expand the programs and provide academic preparation programs for Indigenous, Black, Middle Eastern, and Latin American students to qualify for the STEM and IB programs, lowering the academic standards of admissions by removing academic qualifications, which is what the lottery system does, defeats the purpose of such academic programs. If TDSB really wants to address racism, they need to address the root of the problem, remove the obstacles Black, Indigenous, Latin American, and Middle Eastern students face to achieve academic excellence before they reach grade 9. That would be the honest and right way to level the playing field. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ragini, for your presentation. May I clarify with you that your point of view, do you really believe this lottery system is anti-Asian policy?
Well, from what I've read, and in the newspaper and online, the TDSB is concerned about overrepresentation in the STEM program and in the academic program. So, I mean, this is where the community's interest lies. This is where they're excelling. They're a racialized group that historically has faced discrimination. And like I mentioned, they're not well represented in arts and sports. So this is the area where they're excelling. And to tell them that you're not valued and you're not appreciated or you're not encouraged to do well in whatever area of interest that you have seems punitive. And it's very hurtful to the community that has made huge sacrifices. South Asian parents put the children's education first. They should not be discouraged from doing well in school because of the commitment and hard work. And that's the point we make. I think the programs across North America, in the US, they have taken, there are many best practices. I'm not sure, I mean, I saw the research paper that was presented on May 17th, and it was huge. It had huge holes in, in its academic research. There was plagiarism, there was misrepresentation of facts. And my concern is that the board is basing its decision on such faulty academic work. And it was fine that they fired the person who wrote that report, but that wasn't the point. The point was that you base your decisions on faulty academic research. And that has not been addressed. And that's why I'm here to ask for that to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ragini. So, what you think the board should do to rectify this situation?
You know, I have huge respect for the board and the staff, and I just feel that they've rushed into it. I have read the reports from last year. I know half the board is new, and even last year, the chair of the board, there was Trustee Lee, there were enough board members who were going to re-examine how this policy happened. Also, I'm really concerned, when you go to the website of TDSB, you see a completely different version of this policy. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I respectfully urge you to update your website because it's still got the old information. And it nowhere mentions how certain communities are doing well and they need to be penalized. And there's this competitive hierarchy of races is not explained. And I think the most people are not aware. And I think you have to look at best practices across North America. In fact, in the US, as far as I'm aware, this matter of race-based policies is going to the Supreme Court in the US. And, there are many ways putting one community down so that another community, racialized community, oppressed community can succeed doesn't reach equity goals. It should be applied equally. So I think I have full support for the disadvantaged, underrepresented groups. They deserve equal opportunity and opportunity to do well. So the board should look at improving its educational outcomes for students before they reach grade 9. Starting in JK, what are the obstacles? There are best practices across North America. There's summer camps, there's mentorship. We've done a lot of research, and I'm sure you're all educators, you know more than I do. But as an ordinary community citizen, my complaint, and for our community complaint, is why punish Asian students who are themselves facing racism? And it's a proven fact that they face racism. Why create this hierarchy of races, this competitiveness among everybody is, and I feel really sad for the South Asian students, for the Asian students who are getting this message that they're not valued. And that really is painful for other parents. Thank you.
So your point of view is that South Asian.
Trustee Pei, your time is up. The buzzer went. I don't know if you heard it.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about
Thank you,
that.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Ragini.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. I
Thank you,
don't
Madam
see any
Chair.
other questions for you. I don't see any other questions. So thank you for coming today, Ms. Sharma.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next, we have delegate number 2, which is Susan Lee. Hi, Susan, welcome. So you have 5 minutes. At the 1 minute remaining mark, you'll hear a chime to give you a clue that your time is coming to an end.
Okay.
Okay, please go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you to the chair and trustees for allowing me to speak on behalf of TAPA, Toronto Asian Parents Association. We are a newly formed group of parents of Asian descent who would like to engage the Asian community in working with the TDSB community in celebrating Asian culture and heritage. I am a parent of 3 children, one a graduate of TDSB, one who is currently graduating, and one who is a current student. I applaud the TDSB for wanting to create opportunity for students who are underrepresented in specialty programs. However, what makes me feel uncomfortable is the fact that the new SIP policy is one that creates a hierarchy of races. It feels that the board is creating a divisive environment based on racial factors. In the 2017 census from the TDSB, it is noted that about 40% of the student population is of Asian descent. In the report written by U of T economics professor who used TDSB data, he found that about 40% of the overall registrants in specialty programs were of Asian descent. It does not seem that Asians are overrepresented in specialty programs, but are adequately represented considering the total TDSB population. It feels as if Asians are being discriminated against because of for their culture of hard work and discipline. We are not the model minority, nor the other white, which I have been told. Instead of just looking at race, socioeconomic factors and parental education should be considered as well in the selection of students for the specialized programs. To give a stark example, the Oise U of T professor who presented in support of the lottery on May 24, 2023 at the PPC meeting has a salary of $217,000 and has a graduate degree from Harvard. because he is from Puerto Rico, his child qualifies for an equity mechanism, and because of the numbers above. The child will have a significantly higher chance, the child will have a significantly higher chance of getting admitted than a child of a Tamil taxi driver or a Korean cook. These programs are meant to be highly rigorous and demanding. The goal of the program is to be a launching pad for careers for students who are serious about these pathways. You wouldn't need the lottery system if all elementary and middle schools had dedicated arts, music programs, dedicated physical education, math, science, and literacy teachers. How is an elementary teacher supposed to masterfully teach all subjects to students? If students are exposed to academic subjects and art subjects at an early age by teachers who are passionate about their subject area, we would have more students successful in their secondary studies. The board needs to show that they are investing in the frontline workers, the people who work with the students, not in senior staff whose compensation is about $200,000 a year. Why has this board continually added associate director positions over the years when the TDSB enrollment is going down? Any staffing cuts required should not be isolated at the school level. If the board would like to see better representation, then I would like to see it in the senior levels of management of the board first. There should be more Asian representation among the executive superintendents and associate directors. My family immigrated to Canada in 1976 with only $500. They worked long hours, and me and my siblings were latchkey kids. My father was abusive, and my sister was taken away by Children's Aid because of his abuse. I became the sole guardian of my two younger siblings at age 19. My brother was called the devil child by his teacher, a TDSB teacher, because he was not the model Asian kid. No one bothered to find out why he couldn't focus or skip school. My family has never lived a life of luxury or affluence. We are grateful for the opportunities that my children have had. They tell me how proud they are to be able to audition and to be selected rather than to be chosen by the luck of the draw, because it's not about luck or chance. They worked hard, and they feel that the experiences that they have and have had are blessings. I've spoken to many East Asian parents, and they feel isolated and hurt by the board. East Asian parents are not privileged. We don't walk around with a sense of entitlement. During the consultation process of the SIPP, I requested translation be provided for parents whose first language is not English, and the response from board staff was to use Google Translate. Such an important policy should not be left to Google Translate. It feels as if the TDSB is perpetuating racial conflict, not equity, and pitting groups against each other. Our board has become divisive rather than a place of education that helps the students become more understanding of one another. I ask that revision be made to SIPP for next year, and that the Asian community be recognized and consulted as a community that has endured racism, bigotry, and prejudice historically. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, please go ahead. Thank you for your delegation, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Suzanne, for your delegation. So as a organization represent Asian parents, do you view Asian, especially, South Asian, East Asian, Southeast Asian, and single them out, do you view them as the disadvantaged groups at the TDSB?
Sorry, are you asking me if I think that they are disadvantaged?
Yeah.
I believe that they are a racialized group. I believe that there is racism against the East Asian community and the South Asian community. I think there's a lack of understanding by senior management about these communities because they excel, or many of them excel in academics, does not mean that they come from privileged nor affluent families. I think that myth needs to be taken down and removed. It's actually the immigrant families of East Asian and South Asian descent that do well. The ones who are native to Canada, who have like second generation, third generation, you'll see that they're not as successful as their immigrant counterparts. And I think I take offense to the fact that I feel like we are being penalized when the board states that we are overrepresented in these programs, which is not the case. I think we are just exactly represented, because if we make 40% of the population out of the whole TDSB student population, then 40% inside the specialized programs is not over-representation. It's just a representation of the actual board. I would like to see more administrative staff and senior staff that represents us and our culture and our values. I'd like to see more investment in our frontline workers, our administration, our VPs, our principals, youth and child workers, and our teachers. And I feel like in this program, in the consultation program, I know that not many of our frontline workers, which are the directors of the programs, our teaching staff, have been consulted about what they have done to work to rectify the whole equity. They have acknowledged. I know for a fact that Claude Watson, Earl Haig, where my kids go to, the director has done everything to become more equitable in her in the selection process of students. She has met with equity coaches. She has brought in outside resources who have looked at our program and looked at the audition. And I think actually.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pay's time is up. But thank you for coming today and sharing your experience with us. Next, I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat or in the room. Next up, we have delegate number 3. This is Vanessa Bond, TDSB parent from Etobicoke School for the Arts. Vanessa, if you could press.
Can you hear me?
6. Oh, yes, we can hear you perfectly. Wonderful. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes. You'll hear a chime at the 1 minute mark when that's remaining, just to give you a heads up.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to start by saying that I support the amelioration of racism, sexism, and homophobia throughout the school system. And I welcome all initiatives that increase opportunities for student learning and success. As you said, my daughter is at Etobicoke School of the Arts. And I want to talk to you specifically about the lottery process, teachers at ESA, and the LGBTQ plus community. So this year at ESA, applications to the school were down. And according to school staff, more students have declined offers for the upcoming year than it has in its entire history. The board and senior staff are probably unaware of this. Class sizes are going to be smaller, and 2 of the 7 arts majors, I guess they're now called interests, will be consolidated from their 2 regular classes to only 1 each for grade 9 students. And this doesn't make a lot of sense given the increased number of applications. And I think that the reasons why this has happened need to be thoughtfully explored. So to start, I'm asking trustees to please ensure the TDSB provides numbers for attrition for all programs in its next update, including previous years for comparison. And then as part of that analysis, I would like you to also include feedback from teachers, especially those at ESA where attrition is high this year, so that we can learn what has gone well and what hasn't from a teacher's point of view. For instance, according to teachers, the TDSB has not consulted with any of its arts teachers or art school administrators throughout this process. And this is a really huge missed opportunity. So let's get the perspective on how to improve student commitment so this doesn't happen again next year or with another school or another program. Things like marketing and messaging. What can we do differently? What was the impact of not including a demonstration of interest in the application process as it was outlined in the policy? Were kids placed in the right program based on choice and preference? And did changing curriculum influence student commitment? Which leads to the next point of a well-rounded lottery analysis, creating new programs to accommodate teens with various skill levels. Now, I'm sure we can all agree, like this is brand new territory. And the teachers want to get these program changes right for September so kids can have the best experience possible, especially when the board plans to roll out more programs and we don't have an arts task force as we were promised 2 years ago. But unfortunately, the TDSB has yet to provide program learning models to its arts teachers that they deem to be exemplary to support the new lottery process. And this was a really big concern that was outlined in a parent's letter to the Ontario Ombudsman in September. It's now June, and teachers are still waiting for best practices 9 months later. To make matters worse, my understanding is that arts teachers have submitted various learning models over the past year, but suggestions have been denied with limited or zero explanation. Most recent one was a hybrid semester like we used over the pandemic, and that was really great because the students could practice their art or skill all year for consistency. And as a parent who went through that, like my child experienced that model, I can tell you with certainty that it works really well. But for some reason, it's being denied for incoming students. So members and staff, respectfully, I ask, how can you expect our teachers to create rigorous and challenging arts programs that best serve the new lottery system without providing best practices and detailed feedback from those in charge? I mean, this is unheard of in any other government or corporate institution, and it makes zero sense because working in isolation really only hurts students and the success of, the new program models. These teachers have decades of experience, hundreds of relationships with students. So let's use that to make informed decisions going forward. Next, the LGBTQ plus community. I've emailed the TDSB multiple times asking why this community is included as a priority group for middle school applications and not secondary. This is a time when the majority of these students report they don't feel safe in schools, and they have the highest risk of suicide of any teen demographic. I haven't heard a response. It's also my understanding that teachers advocated for including this group in the application process, and the TDSB originally said yes, but then changed their minds. So trustees, in addition to attrition and teacher feedback, I ask that you advocate for your LGBTQ plus teens living in your ward and ask what's the rationale for excluding them in high school and what's the plan going
Ms. Bond?
forward.
Vanessa, your time has concluded a little bit ago.
Oh, sorry about that.
So
Thank you.
we do have a speakers list, and I'm going to pass the chair over to my vice chair as I have a question.
Okay.
Vice Chair Shen, would you mind taking the
Yes,
chair?
thank you. I would start with your questions, Trustee Chaneslin.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bond, you mentioned that you were under the impression that although applications were up overall in the TDSB, that they were down at Etobicoke School for the Arts. Do you happen to know how many applications were received this year versus last year?
That's a great question. I suggest you speak with teachers directly and they can provide you with the most accurate information.
So just to clarify, my understanding is that there were 512 applications this year for Etobicoke, and that's up 100 compared to last year. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to pass the chair back now to Vice Chair Shen.
Yeah, I'll pass it back to you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You know what I mean. Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Trustee Pei, followed by Trustee Nunziata. Please go ahead, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Vanessa, for your delegation. I think you mentioned that TDSB did not consult the teacher and the administrator regarding this policy. Could you please clarify on this for me? Thank you.
I'm happy to. So that was the information provided to me from teachers at ESA. So I think that the best next step would be to speak with them directly.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Trustee Nunziata, you are next.
So you mentioned that staff and teachers will need additional support to support the programs under the new admission policy. Could you elaborate on how they could be supported?
Well, some best practices to accompany the new lottery process would be really great. So just examples of, learning models that have worked well in other school boards to start. So that way they've got, a bit of a roadmap to check in with. And with these best practices coming from the TDSB, it would help eliminate a lot of the back and forth. And I do believe that more conversation needs to happen between teachers responsible for creating these programs, executing these programs, with those who are, with senior staff, who are reviewing the program models that they are submitting. So, you can accomplish a lot in a conversation, but not providing detailed feedback, not providing direction, really is going to stall the process, and ultimately it's going to hurt the kids when they start in September.
Thank you. And when you mentioned your concern for LGBT+2L students, are you referring to that they're not in priority sequence in the lottery whatsoever, and that Etobicoke School of the Arts is a haven for them historically?
Correct. So Etobicoke School of the Arts is known as it's known as a safe school. There's lots of safe schools, but Etobicoke School of the Arts in particular. And I know that teachers advocated to include them, this community, in the application process because they are marginalized in other ways beyond just race. And I think up to 40% of the community identifies with this. And not what I am particularly confused about is how this can be identified as a priority group for middle school, but not high school, when most of these kids are coming out and need a safe place to do so.
Thank you. So you feel they should be a priority group as well?
I do.
Thank you for delegating.
Thank you, Trustee Nunziata. We have no more questions at this point, so Thank you very much for coming, Vanessa.
Thank you for your time.
Up next, we have delegate number 4, Andrea Spindell. Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you.
So I think you've heard the drill, so I won't go over it again, but you will hear the bell at the 1-minute mark, and then there may be questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Good day, and thank you for allowing me to come today. I'm Andrea Spindell. I'm the mother of 3 adult children, 2 of whom were public school students, both of whom were accepted into specialized TDSB programs. For 38 years, I was the president and CEO of March of Dimes Canada, and since retiring at the end of 2018, I'm a full-time volunteer with a national charitable organization. And I say that because I didn't come as a representative of that organization, and it'll become maybe obvious as I speak. I am here as an interested citizen, resident, and taxpayer in Toronto with experience and knowledge of specialized programs for children with special needs or exceptionalities, including giftedness as a parent. My older son was recommended for the Gifted program, and though accepted, he chose not to attend the program in favor of staying in a class with his friends rather than traveling to a Gifted program out of the neighborhood. My daughter was accepted into the IB program and did travel out of the neighborhood. Both were accepted on merit and not on race, which would have insulted them had it been a race-based selection process. Yet both of my children are not Caucasian, and both are Jewish. Where does being Jewish, a minority community that is most frequently targeted for hate crimes, fit into the illogical lottery selection system? Being Jewish is not being a member of a race, as Jews come in all colors. And yet it is a significant minority community that experiences all kinds of discrimination. Jews know only too well what selection by race or religion means, and it is abhorrent. It is as unacceptable in 2023 as it was in earlier times when quotas existed to limit the number of Jews admitted to university, to jobs, and to membership in social clubs across this country. This current quota practice must stop. It is essential that students with special needs have specialized programs. So if this plan were to continue, will these programs also be thrown open to a lottery system? Does it make any sense to have classes for deaf and hard of hearing students open to any student who submits an application? Does it make any sense to have programs for students who are gifted open to any student who chooses to play the lottery? Or are these programs intended to meet the specific needs of students who have such exceptionalities, hence special needs? Are not specialized science classes, arts classes, music classes, etc., also in existence for those with special gifts? Why would one's skin color have anything to do with acceptance into such programs? Surely equality or fairness means that every child is equally tested and assigned to the right program for his or her needs, talents, abilities, and interests. Merit means something. So do hard work and achievement. Luck has no place in educational assignments any more than it would serve a student's best interest to hand out marks based on race or randomness. One of the board members of the Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation has been quoted as comparing the TDSB's policy of selective racial preferences to the numerous clauses law adopted in Hungary in the 1920s to limit the number of Jews admitted to educational institutes. As a Jew, it pains me to acknowledge that this comparison seems apt, and that racial quotas, ironically motivated by anti-racist aspirations, are again being introduced. As the U.S. Chief Justice Roberts said, if you want to end racial discrimination, stop discriminating by race. Lastly, I was also disturbed to read in last weekend's Toronto Star that this committee, at its last meeting, received a literature review produced by the board's research department that was tainted by numerous instances of plagiarism and concocted references. Incidents like these undermine public confidence in the board's decision-making process and may cause the public to suspect that the resulting decisions are fixed and not evidence-based. The TDSB must examine how to ensure the highest standards, fairness, and appropriateness of options for each student, and that cannot be done by tossing names in a hat. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board or the committee.
Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Andrea, for delegation. I have a question for you. If you think the lottery system is not the right way to go, could you clarify with me what is the correct way to do? What's the correct way to make sure our students are successful in our system without lottery?
I really believe that an application process should look at the child's experience and knowledge or skill level at the time they're applying, and what are the standards that are set for each program. I see nothing wrong with having certain expectations or standards for the individual programs that are being set up as specialized programs. Just as I said, by example, a gifted program or a program for kids with special needs would have some kind of threshold for entrance. We wouldn't choose to put those kids in the wrong program. Why would we choose to put other kids in a program that's not suitable? It doesn't mean that they might not benefit. It just seems to me that it then eliminates kids who might be more appropriate. So therefore, having some testing, some interviews, some assessment, I guess the key word here is assessment of what would be the best choice for the child would make sense to me.
Okay, my second question is that you mentioned there's a TDSB research report, which was published last month, that did sole research on meritocracy. You said there's a plagiarism, and there's also concocted citation about the report. You also mentioned that with that type of report and research, TDSB actually lose kind of the public face. So what should we do to restore the public face? Thank you.
I think two things. First of all, one has to ask, how did such a report come to be? It isn't just the person who did the report that needs to be, if you like, disciplined or sanctioned, but how did that report come to be, and how did it eventually get here? There's a process in place for approving contract people, presumably for assigning responsibilities and holding people accountable. So I would say there's some explanation or some examination to be done so people will see that you've addressed and fixed the problem. And secondly, what was the purpose of the particular project? Was it defined at the beginning? What were you hoping to get out of the assignment? Is it to justify what you've already decided, or was there a serious need, serious desire to look at facts and use evidence for decision making?
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
To see you. I just want to clarify what you said. Did you say, or do you think that students that may not have been able to demonstrate their skill level prior to applying are less deserving than students that have already determined their skill level in applying to these programs? Is that what you implied?
Sorry, what I'm really getting at is there should be some criterion, and then people all assessed on the same criterion. So far be it for me to say it's already a specific skill level. It might be that interest and aptitude are being looked at, which doesn't always mean you have the skills, but you have the ability to gain them. For example, they would never put me in a music class of any kind. I'm completely tone deaf, and I was always asked to step out of choirs, not to be in the choir. So there has to be some way of assessing whether it's an appropriate fit.
Right. Excuse me, though, just to follow up on that, would you have wanted to apply to a music program?
No, because I was very
Right.
poor at it.
Right.
But I was put in a choir to begin with because everybody was in grade 5. And I'll
Right.
never forget the fact that I sounded worse than everybody else, right?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Trustee Nunziata,
Thank
please
you for
go ahead.
delegating. So you mentioned hardworking, talented, neurodiverse students.
Sorry, you have to speak right in the mic. I have my own little hearing problem here.
Thank you for delegating. You mentioned hardworking, talented, and I believe neurodiverse students. Could you elaborate on how you feel the process sends the wrong message to them?
How the current system sends the wrong message?
Yes, the lottery process.
Yeah. It makes the decision random. And if you're talking about specialized classes, then presumably there's a reason for those classes to exist, and it's assumed that certain children will benefit from them. So there is, in my view, an assumption that the children, and with their parents, of course, will be applying to programs that are appropriate for them. The fact that everybody might want to get into them is very nice. Then assess everybody for every program, but don't just pull them out by virtue of their race. I see nothing wrong with having an assessment that applies to everybody regardless of their background, right? But not that you get in only because of a particular characteristic.
Thank you. So you mentioned merit and you mentioned equity in your statement. Did you have any thoughts on how we could do both?
Do both.
How we could carry out our equity goals along with honoring the merit and talent of hardworking students? How could we do both?
Okay, so my first question to you would be, why do you assume that using merit would not provide equity?
I was just asking.
But really, seriously, do we know that it won't? If you assess on the basis of merit, are you going to get kids that are all exactly the same, or are you going to get diversity? In our community, which is so diverse, and as our previous speakers point out, in terms of the proportion of kids of different backgrounds, I think you would achieve diversity.
So you feel that if we revamp the way we adjudicate students, it's possible?
I think so.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if you had a few more of one cultural, racial group than another in different programs, you get a different mix in each one, but you probably would be meeting the needs of the kids.
Thank you. Thank you for delegating.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, no further questions, so we will move on. Thank you. Next up, we have delegate number 5, Anurag Singhal. Welcome, Anurag. My apologies if I have pronounced your name incorrectly. Please,
No, that's correct.
please let me know how you do pronounce it. You have 5 minutes. There is the 1 minute mark.
Sure. Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and I want to express my deepest appreciation to all of you for allowing me to being here today. I'm an Asian parent of a TDSB middle school student. And if I understand it correctly, TDSB, by introducing the lottery system, wants to provide an equal opportunity to all kids, which I really appreciate. While you may see this lottery system as a fair and unbiased on the surface, this approach has several drawbacks and negative consequences. According to the statistics and data, if a lottery system is introduced, the chances of it getting failed in a vibrant, mixed society, such as ours, like in Toronto, it would have high chances of failure. To give some of the reasons, like by relying solely on chance, the lottery system overlooks the achievements, talent, the potential of individual students. As a result, deserving candidates may be denied admission, while those less qualified or less motivated may gain entry just by sheer luck or chance. Students from disadvantaged backgrounds often lack access to quality education resources and support systems. By using this random selection process, the lottery system fails to address these disparities and can perpetuate social and economic divides. Without considering individual circumstances and achievements, it becomes challenging to create a level playing field for all students. Schools that rely on the lottery system may experience adverse effects on overall performance. Without a selective admission process, it becomes challenging to maintain high standards, foster a motivated student body, and create an environment conducive to an academic achievement. Additionally, schools may struggle to attract talented teachers and secure necessary resources due to the uncertain and unpredictable nature of student enrollment. I have not heard a single school reaching out to any parent to discuss or mention about the lottery system introduction. Imagine being served by pilots and doctors who got into the studies just because of the sheer luck of the lottery system, but do not have interest or aptitude or adequate knowledge. We are sowing the seeds now. Every student is unique, and they all should grow in the field of their own interest and just not sheer luck. This will have a negative impact on the economy of the country and the lives of you and me in the next 5 years when they come out of higher studies and ready to serve us. No school should ask a parent in the form if they are Asians, Africans, or any kind of race. The divide is being created by asking and saving this personal data and just to use it. Instead, alternative methods that prioritize merit, fairness, and equal opportunities for all students should be explored to ensure a more equitable and effective education system. Introduce more schools, more teachers, add more classes, but please don't create a divide by forced implementation of this lottery system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. I'm not seeing any questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Miranda Zhao. Welcome. Hi, Miranda.
Hello. Sorry, can I adjust this? Hello?
So I think you just need to speak into the microphone, and I believe Manshu will come make sure it's at the right angle. Oh, it looks like you've got it.
Okay.
But we'll fix it if it doesn't work. So you have 5 minutes. I think you've been listening, so you know the drill. At the 1 minute mark, you'll hear it chime.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me speak here today. My name is Miranda Zhao, and I'm currently a grade 12 student in the TOPS program at Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute. Having gone through the TOPS program, I believe that the TDSB's goals for equity are vital, but they need to be integrated into our meritocratic admission systems for the continued existence of specialized programs. First of all, the purpose of specialized programs, to quote the TDSB, is to provide focused specialized programming that responds to student voice, choice, and interest, and to meet the diverse needs of its students. TOPS has achieved this for me. In grade 9 math, the first thing I learned was set theory, and for the first time in my life, I was engaged and challenged in a math class. Again and again, I have been more challenged in TOPS than I previously thought possible in school. The reason why our accelerated curriculum can exist is because of the people within our program. Because of the entrance exam, teachers can be sure that everyone has the basic foundational skills to keep up. This community extends far beyond the classroom. A large part of my high school life was competitional mathematics. Every year, the Canadian Mathematical Society invites 20 top-performing students from across Canada to attend a training camp based on their contest results. And this year, 5 of them were top students. The support of the mathematical community has been so valuable to me, and the only reason why there's such a high concentration of budding mathematicians is the admissions process, which allowed students to convey their talent and passion through the exam, written essay, and interview. It's an immutable fact that some students have consolidated more skills due to external factors. Some students have more interest in certain subjects. The TDSB has acknowledged this before, and these students are the people that specialized programs were built for. I support the TDSB's goals to improve access to specialized programs. The majority of the students in TOPS are second-generation immigrants, and most of us are lower to middle class. However, I won't deny that we're privileged in the sense that our parents were willing to pour time and resources into our education and to encourage us to work really hard. I recognize that not everyone has the same time or resources. However, randomized admissions cannot guarantee that the students accepted are well prepared for specialized programs, and I do not believe that this is good for the people who will be accepted. I've tutored fellow TDSB students for 3 years, and I know that both affluent and low-income students struggle with math. 52% of ninth graders did not pass the provincial standard for math in the EQAO in 2022. Earlier this year, I had to teach otherwise capable and promising grade 12 students what a coordinate axis was, what a function was, and how to graph a point on a plane. The TDSB is telling students who may not be able to keep up with programs' current curriculum that specialized programs will help them. This is a false promise because the TDSB is giving these students a program that was geared towards a group of students with a completely different background. The TDSB should be helping students who do not have sufficient resources, but not by giving them the resources that were made for someone else. Putting them in accelerating specialized programs means that these specialized programs will either need to adjust to make an easier curriculum, or the students in the program will be more prone to fail. This is supported by the fact that Lowell High School in San Francisco saw that the number of students with failing grades more than tripled after they changed their admission systems to a lottery. It has since been changed back. What we see from magnet programs in the States show that it's perfectly possible to expand access to these programs while simultaneously maintaining a meritocratic system that upholds the purpose of the programs. Programs such as the Academic Magnet High School, Science and Engineering Magnet School, and Thomas Jefferson High School all have admission systems that guarantee a portion of the seats goes to students in underrepresented areas. This means they still rank students based on entrance exam criteria, but they might guarantee, for example, that 30% of the seats are going to students from certain middle schools. Randomized admissions is not a genuine solution to the problem the TDSB claims to solve, which is the very rare real barriers certain socioeconomic and other groups face to education. Rather, it serves to virtue signal to the public, and it vastly oversimplifies this extremely nuanced issue by just picking students at random. As I've already explained, this undermines the purpose of the programs and doesn't actually help the underrepresented groups that it claims to. If you wanted true equity for your students, you would recognize that students across different socioeconomic, gender, racial, and individually need different things to succeed. You would take the time to build these considerations into our admission systems. I believe this is very possible. What the TDSB has created with randomized admissions is not equity, but just a pantomime of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda. That was perfect timing. I believe Trustee Pei has a question for you.
Hi.
Thank you, Miranda. I really admire your delegation, and even as a trustee, I learned a lot from your deputation. So I just want you to clarify with me that you think a lottery is not a solution, but with the support, by removing the social economic, which is basically the biggest barrier in all the barriers, and give enough support to those students. So that's a goal. We can achieve equity. Is that correct?
Sorry, so are you saying that, is your question that we can achieve equity by providing more support to different socioeconomic groups?
Yeah. So give them support and make sure when those students who have interest in the specialized program, they give them enough support and to get them prepared for those such rigorous program as you described, right? Would that be a successful system?
Yeah, for sure. So I think what constitutes good support starts with support from elementary schools. As I mentioned before, we see that 59% of third graders are not passing the provincial standards for math and 47% of sixth graders. And obviously the support has to start from an early age. Otherwise, they'll be discouraged in math classes later on as they can't do like basic arithmetic, for example. And when we look at programs in the States who have admission systems that have incorporated equity, we see that they first make sure that applicants have a minimum score on an exam, and then they look at taking, for example, 2 students from each middle school, and then remaining seats available are offered to qualified applicants who are, I'm reading an example from the academic magnet high school. The remaining 30% of seats are given to people who have a poverty index of 80% or higher. And I think this is like, I'm not saying this is necessarily the best system for us, but I think this is a valid system that is definitely better than our current lottery system that incorporates equity into our meritocracy.
Thank you very much. I have another question. I think you mentioned that one the particular school called the Laval High School. You said like the student, the fail rate after the implementing the lottery system, they jumped like 3 times. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I can't be sure that the statistics is right, but I think it's 7.9% of students were failing up to 24.4%, and obviously that is a significant increase. And yeah.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you, and I'm not seeing any other questions. Oh, no, one moment. Miranda, we've got Trustee Nunziata. Please go ahead.
Miranda,
Trustee.
thank you so much for delegating. So you feel that the academic level and pace of the learning that goes on in your program will need to be reduced or have to change without an entrance requirement or additional support under the new policy?
Yes, for sure. And I've heard teachers express concerns about that to our grade, and I know they're very concerned about how they will be adapting their curriculum. And yeah, obviously a lot of the impetus falls on them with this new lottery system. Yeah, so I think that my program in particular offers an enriched learning experience. So basically, they assume that you know all the basic skills and you're really solid with what's been learned in middle school, and they build on top of that more than would usually do. So they don't go back and teach the basics. Yeah.
And so you feel that, and you're under the impression that at this level, students who enter might not be as motivated to work through the challenging material. They might not, they might get disengaged because it's too hard. Do you feel that way?
Mm-hmm. So I'm sure that the students applying are like, they're being told that it'll help them, right? And they're willing to take a challenge. But I think that realistically, like, it's naive to assume that with randomized admissions, some of the people being selected are going to be like have the absolute skills in math needed for our curriculum. So yes, I do think that like it would be demotivating to like go through an extremely challenging curriculum if you do not have like the basic foundation needed for it.
Thank you. And I believe your last sentence, you mentioned pantomime or something. Is it possible if you could reread that sentence or that point out of your delegation?
Yeah, for sure. So what I said was, what the TDSB has created with randomized admissions is not equity, but just a lazy pantomime of it.
Thank you for delegating.
Thank you.
Trustee McLean, please go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, and through the chair. And thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms. Zhao, for your delegation. It was great and exciting to hear how impactful the program has been for you. You said something that I found interesting, that when you took the course in grade 9, something happened for you and excited you and spurred you on to become even increasingly committed, and that's terrific. But I'm interested in some grade 8 students out there that are interested and may not have been able to prepare in the same manner that you had and other students like you, that you succeeded in the merit component, and yet they may want access to that same kind of opportunity to have that moment where a general interest kind of all aligns for them and kind of comes together for them and creates, a passion or ignites a passion, which seems to have happened in your case. Should everyone not kind of have an opportunity for that moment that would has the potential to send them in such a great direction and to the success that you've been able to accomplish?
Yeah, so of course I think that every student in the TDSB is brilliant and individual in their own way, and they should be able to have that moment. But the key word is everyone is an individual. So we want to make sure that they have that moment. For example, I applied to the Claude Watson program in 3rd grade, and arts was not the right thing for me, and they rejected me, which was absolutely the right decision for them, right? I didn't know what I was doing when I applied. My mom told me to apply, and I was like, okay, sure. So we need to make sure that the people getting into the program, this program is capable of giving back to them and giving them that moment and giving them that spark, right? With randomized admissions, we can't guarantee that the people coming in are people who are going to use that program and actually get that spark from the program. And that's what's so important about a meritocratic admission systems, because we're making sure that not only is the person right for the program, but we're making sure that the program is also the right fit for the student.
Can I follow up through the chair? If a merit system had room for 50 spots and you allocated the top 50, does the person who would have been deemed to be 51st in the list not necessarily been able to, because the system has limited spaces, and even in a meritocratic system, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I'm just looking, are we allowed to, she's allowed to answer, isn't she? Yeah. You don't think so? Okay, it's 3 minutes for him. Am I allowed to let her finish? Do we know? No. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Zhao, I believe the time is up for the trustee. Thank you very much for coming today, and we're sorry that we didn't have more time to unpack what Trustee McLean was asking about. Up next, we have Mr. Harris Rosen from Harris Rosen Professional Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to top Miranda's submissions. I should just go home now. And I fully expect that I hope to see her running for Prime Minister one day. Really impressive. Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees. My name is Harris Rosen, and I currently reside in Toronto with my wife, our 15-year-old son, our 12-year-old twin daughters, and our 2 dogs. And I've headed up a higher education law practice for a mid-sized Toronto law firm for many years. And I remain pretty active in the private practice of law currently. But I'm here today as a concerned father and not as a lawyer, and that's important. My wife and I have a personal interest in this issue, and that is that one of our twins was admitted to Claude Watson School of the Arts, and the other was stranded at number 5 on the wait list. And both, and I want to echo some of Miranda's submissions here, both were prepared to compete for spots based on merit, and frankly, to win or lose those spots based on merit. Both are passionate and talented about the arts. Madam Chair, the lottery system that TDSB has implemented in haste, respectfully, and without substantive consultation, or based on what we've heard today, any consultation, has allowed students with zero interest and or abilities in the arts or other specialized programs to be admitted. at the expense of those students with at least some predisposition for the arts or specialized programs. Non-specialized public schools are ubiquitous, Madam Chair, in Toronto, but these spots that we're talking about are relatively few. And Madam Chair, trustees, there's a great irony here. The very thing that the lottery system purportedly seeks to address is precisely what it denies, and that is access and equity. TDSB is implicitly telling the public that merit-based programs are only available through private schools. That's the message that is being sent here. Respectfully, if TDSB intended to create a two-tier school system with an unlevel playing field, it could not have done a better job. Please think about that statement and what it means. The day we throw merit out the window, Madam Chair, not just merit, admission standards, pedagogy, is the day we erode the public school system beyond repair and the public trust in the Toronto public school system. And I'm not sure which is worse, a meritless admissions system or a lottery and waitlist process with no transparency. That's a big issue. The waitlist evaporated, and even Superintendent Georgie was unaware of how or whether spots would be backfilled between March 22nd and the commencement of the 2023 school year. Had we known the waitlist would not be continued to address vacancies during the spring and summer, we may have made alternative arrangements to put our daughter into a private school sooner. The plan to lay off teachers if there are withdrawals over the spring, summer, and fall, instead of placing interested students in these sought-after vacancies, is absolutely baffling to me. This is a disaster. Supporting a lottery system is not tantamount to greater access. And it's not diversity, it's not equity, it's not inclusion, all of which my family steadfastly support: diversity, equity, and inclusion. And you heard it from Miranda moments ago. Now fast forward and imagine the implications of applying the lottery system to replace our aging labor force. We are in dire need of pilots, truck drivers, tradespeople, frontline workers. We have an aging demographic in this country, and respectfully, don't you think that admission standards should encompass something more than a mere lottery? I've come to the realization that we may have to address our daughter's issue in another forum, and our fight, I know I have 18 seconds, may be a legal battle. And for this reason, there are some issues which I simply cannot address in a public forum, but I appreciate the opportunity to be heard tonight, and I welcome any questions from you, Chair, or the trustees. Thank you.
I have,
Can I just ask a question of staff for clarification based upon the statement about the legal repercussions?
normally we don't have questions of staff during
I just wanted to
delegations.
protect trustees if this is going to be a legal issue. That's all. Thank you.
I have Trustee Pei and Vice Chair Shen. Trustee Pei, go ahead, please.
Okay, Harris, thank you for delegation. I understand, just clarify with me your situation. You said is you have one daughter was admitted to a Claude Watson School for the Arts, and another one is on the waiting list?
That's correct.
What's number is
Trustee
that?
Pei. Number 5 on the waiting list.
Okay, as I understand, our board decide, is not the board decision, is the staff decide to take that waiting list away. What's the timeline is that?
I believe the wait list was pulled on March 21st or March 22nd of 2023. And I should add and respond to your question by saying, with little or no notice to parents, certainly we didn't have any horizon
So when you say you don't have a horizon, when you were notified for that waiting list being taken away?
Well, I believe it was the same week.
Same week, okay. Okay, so do you think that taking away the waiting list would address the equity our board have been so activate for?
Well, I think the wait list, I think it's respectfully, Trustee Pei, I think it's insane to have a wait list and then summarily pull it, at the end of March, when there's a 9-month or 8-month horizon to the next school year. I just don't get that. But I'm not here specifically for that reason. I think the lottery system and don't look at my submissions. We just had a grade 12 student completely eclipse me on that issue. And incidentally, my kids did attend school in Northern California for 3 years. And what she's saying is absolutely true, which is that social emotional learning, diversity, equity, inclusion can and should absolutely coexist with merit-based admissions. Why do they have to be inconsistent with one another? They shouldn't be.
So your conclusion is that merit and equity can coexist?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Trustee Nunziata, do you have a question?
Sure. Thank you for delegating. So you mentioned merit and equity can coexist at the same time. Can you elaborate on how we can revamp the way we adjudicate students so that it's more equitable?
Absolutely. Well, I've heard at least, and thank you for the question, Councillor Nunziata. I've heard at least 2 delegates, echo my sentiments that pedagogical standards need not be thrown out the metaphorical window in order to ensure that there is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Standards matter. Pedagogy matters in everything. You heard a grade 12 student say, not 10 minutes ago, that if you simply maintain this lottery system, what is likely to happen, and I agree with her respectfully, what is likely to happen is you're going to see a lot of admissions that are really not where there is neither the predisposition or the inclination, people who just don't want to be there. And there should be some merit-based criteria. Otherwise, I think we're doomed. This is education that we're talking about, and I believe respectfully from cradle to grave. And I can tell you, I can attest to the fact that in Northern California, to answer your question more directly, public schools implement statewide testing every year and are very bullish about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They coexist beautifully together in the Bay Area schools.
Thank you. Thank you for delegating.
Thank you.
I take over the chair for Chair Cherneslin to ask questions.
Thank you. Harris, you mentioned in your delegation that what we were doing was creating a 2-tiered system. And I'm wondering how you know that when we don't have the data yet, because the incoming class will just be starting next year.
Well, I think you're creating a 2-tier system because what you're doing is you're signaling to parents, respectfully, Madam Chair, that standards don't matter in the public system. So if you're looking for a specialized program, look for a private school because this is a lottery system. It's my respectful view, anyway, and maybe I should rephrase this. It is my respectful view that a lottery system where there are no admission criteria, no standards for entry, is really, that's not diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it is respectfully a 2-tier system because virtually every other private school, or most of them, do have admissions criteria. So that's categorically what I meant.
So I have a follow-up for you then. So is it your belief that our public school systems have no standards?
No,
We don't
and I
actually,
didn't say that.
Because we don't have tests like a private school might have to enter a public school. We welcome all children. That's the basis of public education, that everybody has a right to an education, everybody has potential. So just extruding from what you're suggesting, that our specialized schools would have standards, therefore our regular schools don't? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm well aware that I'm not suggesting that public schools should implement an SSAT system categorically. I'm suggesting that specialized schools should require more than a mere lottery system, because a mere lottery system ignores entrance requirements or pedagogy. And those sentiments were echoed, Madam Chair, by a grade 12 student, and I couldn't have said it better than she did. She's living it.
I understand what Miranda spoke about, but she didn't insinuate that we don't have standards in our schools. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Hi. We're not.
Hi.
Hi, who is this?
Mariana Yuhas. Hello?
Hi, Miklos. We're not quite ready for you. Just hold on one moment. We're almost there, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. You have a question. Next up, we have Vice Chair Shan with a question.
Thank you for coming today and delegating. I just wanted to clarify if on the slide we see your corporation name there, and you mentioned you're delegating as a parent. Just wanted to clarify which one you were doing today.
I don't know why. That is my professional corporation, but I'm here in my capacity as a parent. I've been an education lawyer for 20 of my 30 years in practice, and just to correct the record, I am certainly not implying today, as a parent or as a lawyer, that the public school system has no standards. My eldest son is at North Toronto. This is about specialty programs.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Harris, that wasn't
My question, so I
the
just want to make
question
sure.
was about your corporation. So if you
I
could
just want to make sure I have my 3 minutes for the questions I might have.
Sure.
So you had mentioned that you think merit and equity can coexist. Can you tell me, do you believe how you see merit might be different from how I see merit, or do you think you and I were doing testing on merit would come with the same outcome?
Well, I don't know, respectfully, Vice Chair, I don't know what your views are on merit. I think I'm on record today, I hope I am, as saying this, that something more than a lottery should be put in place for entrance into specialized schools. And I do feel that standards absolutely will be, and I don't resile from this, diluted where we continue to use a lottery system.
And so in terms of how you see merit, do you see that as an objective thing that's going to be the same regardless of who administered this, or do you think it may have differed in terms of who was doing the testing for merit and how they determined what merit was?
I think it's very important to recognize, Vice Chair Shan, access, diversity, and equity. But I think it is also vital to ensure that there are standards for all of these specialized programs, both as a demonstration of interest and as a matter of pedagogy, so that the students who truly are passionate about these programs can gain admission into these programs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Trustee McLean. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. And this 3 minutes doesn't really work for my rambling question asking that generally takes up 2 minutes and 45 seconds of the, so I'll try to endeavor to do better. since we haven't changed the learning objectives of these courses, I guess I'm not understanding how the perceived devaluation of the accomplishment of those taking the courses. Like we haven't watered down the program. There's certainly no evidence yet that there's a need to do that. And I think we'll be looking to determine that as when the evaluation goes forward. There's no evidence that more people are going to drop out yet, although I understand the basis for the concern, and I'd be interested in the data when it's available. So you seem to be suggesting that the program has less merit now because we're doing all these things to it, and yet we're not making it. So I'm not understanding necessarily how you get there, I guess. Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee. It's not the program itself. It's not the curriculum that I'm speaking to be specific here. It's the change in admission criteria to a lottery system.
Thank you very much, and I believe we are done for questions for you today. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Trustee.
Mr. Rosen, sorry. Next up, we have Miklos Juhaz. TDSB parent from Claude Watson School for the Arts. Miklos, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
Can you hear me? Hi. My husband is Miklos. I'm Marian Juhaz. And can I speak now?
Yes, you can. So I'll just remind you, there will be at the 1 minute mark, when you have 1 minute left, there will be a bell that will go off just to give you a heads up that your time is coming to an end. Please go ahead.
Sounds good. So, hello, my name is Marian Juhaz. My husband and I are immigrants from Hungary. We moved to Canada 22 years ago. And I'm from an artist family. I'm a fashion designer. I have my own business here. And nobody ever helped us, so everything is hard work. So the reason I'm here today to talk to you about my daughter, Eden. She's 12 years old, grade 7 student in Claude Watson School for the Arts. This is her first year in art school. Eden is an exceptional student. I don't know if everybody familiar with the exceptionality in a school system. So let me explain to you. So she's actually twice exceptional, which means she's gifted, but also have learning disabilities. So she's been diagnosed from the school board, like a school psychologist, with ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia. She has a very high IQ and gifted in arts. She's on IEP, individual education plan, which is amazing, but still, as you can imagine, school is very, very challenging for her. And I'm not just talking about the academics, but to fit in, to finding friends. And her first 8 years, I'm including the kindergarten, of course, was very, very challenging for her, for us. It's been lots of drama. She's been bullied a lot. Kids just couldn't relate to her at all, and vice versa, of course. Lots of drama, as I said, serious nervous breakdowns. She came from school and crying, and because nobody understood her, right? So my husband and I are seriously thinking about homeschooling her, but her art teacher and the psychologist recommended art school. So this is how she ended up in Claude Watson. She's absolutely thriving in there. For the audition, she did a drawing. She did all by herself. I wasn't even there when she did her portfolio, and danced her own choreography. And we attached her school papers. And by the way, no one has ever stopped any kid from auditioning, regardless of their religion or race or ethnicity or bank statement. So isn't a matter of privileged kids or not, because it's not a private school. So it's about truly committed passion on a true dependency on this path of success. And in Eden's case, we always knew she's extremely creative in visual arts. But in Claude Watson, they have drama classes, and it turned out Eden very, very talented in drama too, which we never even think about it. She can memorize monologues very easily, super fast, and her playwriting assignment, she gets 86-90%. And please don't forget, we're talking about a dyslexic child, so she never really read a book because she gets headaches, right? So it was a big surprise for us. And recently she told me in high school she wants to do drama, and I really don't know what to tell her because it might not going to happen because of the lottery system, which in my opinion just going to create hostility between the kids. And if you look into exceptional child or ADHD or dyslexic children, you can find lots of entrepreneurs, very successful people who are basically a similar profile like Eden, and they succeeded. But they all say the same things. That we can talk about Tom Cruise, Steven Spielberg. I did research a lot since I know Eden is this, and they all saying that they hated school, they've been bullied in school, and so many of them high school dropouts. And I really, really worried that kids like Eden, because of the lottery system, they will get lost in the system. And it's really, really sad. And I don't know, in Eden's old school, when we had the IEP meeting, there were only two parents, me and another mom whose son was genius, some kind of genius in mathematics, right? So he ended up in a special school for the mathematics. But when I went to Claude Watson, a whole day was about the IEP children. So it means they all need individual education plan, which means they probably all in the spectrum. So when they do the auditioning process, pardon me?
Your time has passed, so at this point, I will just look to see if there's any questions from trustees.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your delegation today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. But I really want to know what the TDSB planning to do with children like Eden.
Thank you. Thank you. And you, just one moment. We have Trustee Pei with a question.
Okay.
Thank you for the delegation. Sorry, I cannot pronounce your first name. Could you repeat it first?
Marian Juhas. Marian.
Oh, Maria. Okay, Maria. Oh, thank you, Maria. Okay, thank you for delegation. I just want to clarify with you is like, you said that your child have a certain medical condition before go to Claude Watson?
Pardon me?
Yeah. So your child have a certain medical condition before going to
It's not a medical condition. It's like a mental condition and learning disability.
Okay.
But she's gifted in art. So the school psychologist, because we had problem with not reading when she was in school. So actually the school realized something going on with Eden. She's extremely smart kid, but the reading came very, very late. So that's why the school get the psychologist and did the assessment with her, and it turned out that she's an exceptional student, which means she has all the learning disabilities, but she's gifted in art. So that's why she has to be in art school, right? So this is not like, it's like somebody needs glasses. So Eden need a special school to be in, but she's good at it.
So basically you're saying is this audition process actually allow the teacher and the administrator identify your child's talent and also make sure the program really suited for your child and make sure your child really successful in this program.
Exactly, absolutely. So the audition, the teachers are extremely good at their work, right? So they realize they find talent. That's their job for.
Also, you mentioned that
they-
your child is suffered quite a bit in the previous school before enter Claus and arts program. So basically, this audition program is not only identify your child's talents, also help your family to ensure your child gather the right education for her to be successful, for her to be happy.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes.
So you think the lottery system going to fail a child? Am I correct?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I wish I can. I can send you documentation, talking with the teachers or the principals all through the years, all the bullying, all the things what happened with her, and also the psychologist report that Eden has to be in an art school. So it's if it's going to be a lottery system, children like Eden, they probably gonna fail for sure.
Thank you very much for that.
In the regular school system, yes, it's not working for them. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions. I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much, Miklos, for speaking to us today. Up next,
Thank you.
Up next, we have delegate number 9, Layla Farmer. Welcome, Layla.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Layla, and I'm an 8th grade student. As you all know, this year, the audition process for high school changed. The auditions for high school specialized programs were changed to a lottery. This was extremely frustrating, and I was completely distraught. Before this system was finalized, I went to a protest hoping that this would all end. I was disappointed when this nightmare became reality. I waited, hoping that this would change. The lottery stayed, and it came to the application process. I was applying, and it came to the part of the application where you had to pick your race. This was difficult to me because I didn't know what to pick. There was no space for biracial, just black. This was hard personally for me, having to choose, and made me feel more isolated than I already feel because I'm often made to feel too white or not black enough. This was and has been a struggle for me. This lottery application was just another time that me as a mixed race person was not given a way to properly identify myself. I ended up feeling conflicted in my choice because I did not want to be denied the part of my heritage that I'm proud to be by picking white. I was put in the lottery for Earl Haig dance program and was not offered a spot. This devastated me. I was trying to expect this, but I just couldn't. After this, I realized I needed to take my future into my own hands, and decided to write an email to many important TDSB representatives. Now I'm just going to share the email that I wrote. My dream has always been to become a professional dancer, and attending Earl Haig's dance program was a big step towards realizing this dream. As a biracial Black Canadian dancer, my journey has not always been easy. At times, I have had struggles with not fitting into what seems to continue to be the stereotypical view of a dancer, especially in ballet. I've always struggled fitting into a world that still stereotypes a dancer as a skinny, white, tall person. Misty Copeland has been a role model of mine and for many years and has inspired me to fight hard for my dreams and to not give up. This is why I'm reaching out today. When schools were closed due to COVID, I began researching and preparing for my opportunity to audition for Earl Haig. After hearing so many wonderful things about the dance program, I was excited for the opportunity to be a part of such a great community of dancers and to expand my abilities in dance. And then suddenly, my future was put to a lottery. When I found out I was number 25 on the wait list, I was absolutely devastated. In my 5 years of preparing, I tried to do as many extracurriculars as possible to help me become a better dancer. This year, I'm a member of Choreographer's Ball, where I get to choreograph my own routines at school. I finished choreographing a modern dance routine and a jazz dance. After joining this club and absolutely loving it, I was looking forward to more opportunities like this to help me grow as a dancer and choreographer. Knowing that there were opportunities like this in Earl Haig's dance program was just another reason I felt this program would benefit me. I've been waiting and hoping that I would move up on the waitlist and get a spot in the program, but after waiting for 3 months, I'm still number 17 and I have lost hope. I've been placed in my homeschool and have been trying to make peace with the fact that I'm not going to my dream school, but I just can't imagine my high school experience not being at Hurlheg. That was the email that I wrote. I took the passion I had and worked hard to write this email with hope that it would be for something better. I was optimistic about this email and it having success in getting me a spot in the Claude Watson dance program, and even just advocating for others in a similar situation. Unfortunately, it isn't that simple. I am here trying to represent other students who are in this position of disappointment, some afraid for their future without this opportunity. I heard about Hurlheg's dance program just over 4 years ago, and about 2 years ago when I was in grade 6, I started preparing for this audition. I was excited for this opportunity to audition and even just the experience I would have gotten out of it. I had already been working on my solo and preparing for this audition when the news broke that the program would be a lottery. This is heartbreaking. I want all the students to have the opportunities that I didn't get, and I most definitely do not want any other student to feel deprived of an opportunity to thrive with others like them as I was. I'm not only speaking here to advocate for myself, but to help advocate for others in a similar situation to me. This is my opportunity to help others. There are various ways to encourage the underprivileged to audition and work towards these opportunities rather than depriving ones that are passionate and working hard for their dreams. This is a goal we should work towards. By choosing at a random, you're taking away the opportunities for those like me who will be willing to dedicate and put time and energy into their program. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a growing speakers list for you, Layla, so don't go far. First up, we have Trustee Nunziata.
Layla, thank you so much for delegating. You mentioned that you were disappointed not to get into the dance program. And can you elaborate on how this has changed, where you're headed with dance academically, where your time and talent in dance is now going?
So, yes, I was disappointed. And for me, I think I'm not going to give up on dance because it still very much is a dream for me, but it's been really difficult knowing that now I'm not going to get all of these opportunities that I would have gotten from the Hurlheg dance program. And it's not only just depriving me from dance, but other people who maybe are dreaming to be scientists or mathematicians who aren't going to get those extra intense programs that they're designed for, or the education that these intense programs are designed for.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So do you feel like right now that the homeschool that you're going into is not able to enrich you in that way, in your passion? What is available at that homeschool with regards to dance currently?
So at the high school, there is a dance class, but again, it's not for people like me who are passionate and really committed to this as a goal for their future or a future career. So I don't think I'm going to be getting the enriched learning in dance that I would have from Hurlheg.
What, if you don't mind me asking, what is the difference between the Hurlheg dance program and the one at your homeschool? Did they plug you into competitions, or do you do field trips at Hurlheg or something like that?
So at Hurlheg, there's some opportunities that you get is working with choreographers and professionals from the actual industry who can help you, for example, with an audition class for your future if you're auditioning for a show. And there's just more trained professional dancers who are coming to teach you, whereas at my homeschool, it's not the same, and there's most likely not a teacher who is a professional and who has experience in the industry.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And finally, a final question. You mentioned ways to support underprivileged and underrepresented groups. How, specifically in your passion in dance, how do you think that could be done?
I think the main thing that the TDSB should be focusing on is creating elementary preparation programs. So there are elementary art schools that are funneling into, for example, Claude Watson is funneling into the Claude Watson program at Hurlheg. And I think that there could most definitely be more programs like this for students to realize if they have a passion for this, or if they have been sparked with a passion, so that they can have more preparation for auditions to show that they're passionate and ready to work hard for the programs.
Thank you. And so you feel that you would be more encouraged and inspired if your dance practice at your homeschool is somehow plugged into Earl Haig and other specialized
Trust-
programs in the system?
Trustee Nunziata, unfortunately.
Thank you for
your term
delegating.
is up. But we do have other questions from other trustees. So Layla, we have Trustee King next on the line for you.
Okay.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you, Layla, for your delegation tonight. And I agree that Misty Copeland is a phenomenal role model. I understand that you didn't find on the application process a selection for identity that felt appropriate for you. And I just wanted to clarify if you're comfortable sharing. You mentioned that you did not get admitted to the program, and I was just wanting to clarify if you had selected or had not selected as an underrepresented group and got that result of non-admission.
I did end up choosing Black on the application because to me it felt wrong to deny that part of my heritage by picking white. So I didn't feel comfortable with that decision. But of
Okay,
choosing white. Sorry.
thank you for clarifying. That's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Trustee Pay. Oh, no, not yet, not yet. Sorry.
Thank you, Layla, for your delegation. Just want to clarify with you. Is that heartbroken for you to hear that news? You're not selected?
Yes, 100%. I was distraught. I was devastated.
Okay. My second question is, what do you think? There is a better program. We can make sure the talented, hardworking student like you to be treated equitable.
So you're asking like how I think the audition
How we
should
can
be
make sure
adjusted,
your
or-
hard work be rewarded
Okay, so I think that
with the equitable
yeah.
system.
Okay, so I think that I don't think that the audition process should be completely removed, but I think that there should be a way for every student who's interested in the program to be able to show that they have a passion and are willing to work towards improving in this skill or their skills in that area and improving and working towards a goal and being committed to the program, where the lottery doesn't have any way to show that they're actually willing to work hard at this. And I heard before the lottery process, before it came to me applying, that there would be a way, like an interest statement on the application that showed that you actually have an interest and are willing to work hard in this program, but then there wasn't. And it's not about skill, but it's about passion and about merit and about willing to work hard. Because even since I was little, I would be dancing around in the living room or at the park. And I think that there are a lot of other students who have felt the same passion, who are in the same position of disappointment for not being accepted into their programs.
My last question. Do you want the board to revise the policy to ensure a student like you?
Of course. Yes, for sure.
Thank you very much.
I just remind you to stick to questions of clarification. Thanks. Okay. At this point, I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you very much, Layla, for coming forward and sharing your experience, particularly also with how you felt about checking boxes. It's important for us to get that kind of feedback.
Thank you.
Before we go on to the next delegate, I just want to check in to see if trustees have joined the meeting. I believe we have Trustee Hassan, who joined a little while ago. Can you just confirm that you're here?
Yes, Trustee Hassan is here.
Thank you. And any other trustees who weren't here for roll call who would just like to?
Trustee Dawson.
Thank you,
Here.
Trustee Dawson.
Lilka Rotman is here.
Thank you, Trustee Lilka Rotman. Anyone
Trustee
else?
Patel
Thank you, Trustee Patel.
and James Lee's here too.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Okay, so we've had 5 join. Oh, Trustee Hastings, are you here?
I am. I have been. Thank you.
That's why we're asking trustees to identify themselves. Thanks. Okay, so moving on, we are at delegate number 10, Opa Hope Day. Opa, are you there? This is a guardian of TDSB students. Please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can, beautifully. So the way this works
Okay,
is you will have
perfect.
5 minutes, and when there's only 1 minute remaining, a bell will chime to give you that indication. And then trustees may have questions for you at the 5-minute mark. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate this time. So my presence here today is in regards to Trustee Pai's motion. It came to my attention. And also I have heard about the switching of the application to lottery since last year. When I heard the comments about the TDSB specialty programs not being equitable, I think of how I entered Wexford for the School of Arts in the 80s as an immigrant from St. Vincent's and the Grenadines with no access to specialty after school assistance. Both my brother and I attended Wexford. He attended for music, I attended for fashion design. While I was in Wexford, I had to apply to be accepted into the International Academy of Design, the IAD summer studio program. It was there first. I was in grade 11 at that time. I had to produce a portfolio, obtain references, and submit an entry essay. My Wexford guidance counselor at that time, his name was Mr. Ross. He was one of my references. This prepared me for the real world where merit is the status quo, not luck. I completed that summer studio and I was able to complete the application after OAC, back then it was grade 13, to enter the International Academy of Design amongst other international students who had to also apply for merit. I was then, after that, my journey went into being the first youth program development worker for the City of Toronto in 2000 after amalgamation. That program and that title was literally designed for me based on my merit, and no one else at that time was able to produce the results, the status, the assessments, and what the counselors all needed after amalgamation. I was the first woman of African descent into the station manager's department within the TTC. I received awards from the Junction Community Initiative, Soulful Image, for being a trailblazer. Now there's many women within the TTC in the stations department. I was part of the team that was made it possible for TTC in 2017 to ever get the award for the APTA award, which is the Amalgamated American Public Transit Association Award. They've never got it since then. In Scarborough North, MP Chen awarded me the Canada 150 Award Medal for my work as a youth outreach worker at that time. I have a lot of awards. Why? For merit. I was also a youth program development worker outside of the City of Toronto. I am a certified life coach, and I also facilitate personal development workshops for teens. What I find right now, I say all those accolades, not for self-promotion, but based on merit. I was able to accomplish the things that I set out to do. I pause now to think about what my personal and professional development would have been if I believed that everything that I achieved was based on luck and not on merit. The barriers I had as an immigrant back then were so much more now, and I was able to get in. As a certified licensed life coach and a certified self-empowerment teacher and trainer for teens, what I am seeing right now is the ripple effect when merit-based achievement has been removed from the development of youth and from my adult clients into adulthood. The lottery does not fix the problem. It exacerbates the problem. Many more students will now they would be excluded from the program because of not being lucky to get their numbers drawn. Application based on merit, passion, and ability should remain, and instead of eliminating merit-based, create more space to eliminate the waiting list that children who are there hoping for someone else not to accept the offer. I hope that Trustee Pai's motion to simply ask for a review will be a positive yes and get the support because we're going down into an uncharted motion of thinking that this is going to work. And all that I am hearing this is asking is a review and reassessment, not waiting for 2 years, to do it sooner rather than later. So I hope that you will consider voting yes for Trustee Pai's motion. As I said, my mother, as an immigrant, worked 4 jobs, and we did not have access to after-school assistance. And we worked towards that, and it was a self-accomplishment. The issue isn't, yes?
You've gone over the 5-minute mark, so.
Awesome. Sorry, I was waiting for the bell. I didn't hear the bell, so thank you so much for letting me know that.
I think you must not have heard it. So, but before you don't go anywhere, because before you go, we have a question from Trustee Pai. Please go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you, Oprah, for your delegation. Your personal achievement and stories certainly inspirational to all of the students. So may I clarify with you, I think you mentioned that a student education future is too important to be determined by luck of the draw. Could you elaborate? Thank you.
Well, I know I can elaborate, yes. And I would also let the trustees be aware. I know Trustee Mana Wong, I'm not too sure if she is present, but there is an email that was sent to her, and also Trustee Shan, because many of us who heard about this sent each trustee some emails. So I would really hope that they also got access to that. And to answer your question, Trustee Pai, because Mr. Topolin is not here, he's a retired professor at Seneca College, I'm going to answer your question with his question that he posed to Trustee Wong in his email that he sent a day ago. And he said, what would happen if the TDSB, rather than electing representatives based on perceived merit, if trustees were chosen by a lottery? If students enter into a program merely by chance, why not equalize the chance of graduating by doing a lottery as well? If we eliminate competition and we eliminate that sense of achievement, what lesson are we teaching children? At a very early age, Trustee Pai, they're taught competition. And right now, competition, we go to sports, we go to NBA, we go to all of these things that we all go to. It's a competition. So are we telling students that sports is more competitive and you have to be more merit-based for sports, but not for academics? It's a very dangerous precedent that we are teaching our young and the youth. And I am seeing the ripple effect of that when we promote academics, not merit-based, but it's more a luck of a draw.
Thank you very much. My second question, do you think it's a bigotry with the assumption that a racialized student cannot compete if we give them enough support?
It is. And that is where, when I heard what the statement was, it is. Because I have 4 children, and I worked with Director Rollins when she was Superintendent Rollins. Now, and even, as I said, MP Chen, he was a trustee back then when I worked with him, and Superintendent Holder, she was a principal back then. And they asked me to enroll my children in Afrocentric school because, again, that was one of the premises. Because I decided to homeschool my children because I saw that the level of merit base was deteriorating. So they asked me that.
Opa,
Yes?
I'm sorry, Trustee Pai's time has elapsed. So unfortunately, the time is up for the delegation today, and I'm not seeing any further questions. Is it? No.
Okay, not a problem. But the answer is yes, it is bigotry.
Thank you very
And
much.
it is offensive
Thank
to
you
me.
very much
Yeah.
for taking time to come speak to us today. Next up.
Not a problem.
Next up on our list, we have Delegate number 11, Oliveira Bay.
Hi there. Hi there.
Hi, Oliveira. And Oliveira is a TDSB parent from Birchmount Park Collegiate Institute. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes. At the 1 minute mark, you'll hear a bell that will give you a heads up that you have 1 minute remaining. And after that, at 5 minutes, Your time will be up, and then we will go to questions should there be any of clarification from trustees. So you can start whenever you're comfortable.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Oliveira, and I'm a mom of a student in Birchmount Park. And I'm here to speak with you and express my concern about the lottery system. I know that today, for example, there were 19 of our kids at Birchmount which were picked up to go to the track meet. And these kids are part of the specialty BEEP athletic program at Birchmount. And I happen to know that a lot of these kids are going to be most likely dropping out of the BEEP program next year because they're afraid that it's going to be watered down. And why is that? And that's because they are really concerned that the other kids that are going to be surrounding them next year are not going to be there with the same intention as they are. Because those kids that are in that specialty program worked really hard to get in, to meet the requirements, to do the training. And so their motivations are matched with what the specialty program offers them. And the specialty program is there to develop their special talents and skills in line with the commitment that they show up with every day to actually be able to fulfill the criteria and the very high level of athleticism. And so those kids that have been working so hard are going to be then surrounded, with kids that are not there for the same purpose. Those kids that are potentially getting into these specialty programs randomly through the lottery system are not there with the intention to be in that specialty program. They just want to be at that school. And that in itself is another issue. Why do they want to be in a school that's not in their own home program? Why are they trying to go to a different school in a different area altogether? But that is a different topic. So I'm not going to get into that. But giving them the opportunity means that suddenly, they could end up in a specialty program, which there really means that it's creating barriers for those kids that are that have the talent, the determination, and the intention to develop those specialty skills. And so the lottery approach is in direct collision against the specialty programs, which have been created to support and develop outstanding students and students with special abilities. I'm truly concerned as a parent and as a citizen that our talented children will not have a chance to be developed anymore in the future, and that we were going to lose out on future Olympians, singers, dancers, and etc. This is why I'm strongly opposed to the lottery program, because it doesn't support exceptional kids. Instead, it creates barriers for them. My hope here is that you, as our trustees, will listen and understand parents' issues and come up with a fair outcome. And my hope is that you realize that this lottery system is not fair and that it creates barriers for our kids. Thank you for listening.
Trustee King, please go ahead. I see you have a question.
I do. Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Oliveira, for delegating. I just wanted to clarify, earlier on, you mentioned that there are students currently in the program that are considering dropping out. I just wanted to clarify, are you suggesting that they are considering dropping out of that program in preference for just a non-specialized program, or are you suggesting that they are dropping out of the sport?
No, they're dropping out of that program.
Okay, so they're dropping out of that specialized program and then would look to a more general program within the TDSB?
I don't know where they're going to, what their options are, given that they have special abilities and that they've been working so hard to actually be in the program where they currently at. I don't know what is going to be their next step, but I actually happen to know that they're actually considering leaving the program because they're so concerned that next year they're going to be with kids that don't have the same motivations And that's going to be discouraging and unfair to them. I'm just like putting myself in their shoes and thinking, okay, I've worked so hard to get to where I am. I have these natural abilities. I've been developed. I've had, special resources and teachers that have helped me develop these talents. And I've been working really hard to do that. And now I'm going to be, in the same program with kids that have no motivation to do the same as me. So it's just unfair. I would feel that it's unfair, and that's what I'm hearing from them.
And if I can follow up through the chair, I just wanted to clarify as well. If they are dropping out of the program, are these students that could still pursue their sport in another means outside of school? I mean,
I suppose, but I think the question is not so much whether they can do it, like, on a recreational basis. Like they have been invested in doing it in a specialty program, which requires a whole level of commitment in terms of time and daily training, to think, and to me, it sounds like, where you're going with this, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, they could take it up on the side in the future and that's good enough. But that's like apples and oranges, because we're talking about being in a specialty program that you work hard to get into, and in the program you're working on a daily basis to train yourself on a very high athletic level.
Oliveira and Trustee King, I'm sorry, but your time has elapsed. So thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for coming today, Oliveira. We're going to move on to the next delegate.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we are changing course at this point to delegate number 12, which is from Peter Clutterbuck. Welcome, Peter. It's nice to see you. Peter will be speaking on behalf of the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, known as OVCO. He's a volunteer board member. And this is on we're switching to item number 7.5, which is the community agreement with Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization. Please go ahead. I think you've got the drill because you've been sitting here.
Appreciate the chance, and I guess I'll provide some relief from a very complex issue, challenging issue you have to deal with. This is a more happy agreement that we have with the board and a local school moving into our neighborhood of Oakwood Vaughan. We're taking some time to get to, but I did want to be here in person to thank the board for the progress and hope that the report today will be received and accepted and approved by the board finally. But I am with the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, and as Madam Chair, and Trustee Laskin, we last night, community members joined you in welcoming several hundred families, and students and parents from the Hodgson School that's going to be temporarily moving into our community in Oakwood Vaughan for a 2-year period. We did want to welcome them. We know there's some anxiety around leaving your local neighborhood, your comfort of your normal school, and coming to a strange neighborhood. So we, as community members, wanted to welcome the parents there and family members, and we very much appreciated Principal Bazo's invitation for us to be part of the program and to talk a bit about our community and about the organizations. And as it turns out, we will be sharing space in the school. We worked out with the school board how to have self-contained space in the school to run some community programs that we're quite confident are going to be very not only very important for our community, but also even helpful to the students. We at the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, a nonprofit organization, have been running a seniors program with Trustee Laskin's help on a permit basis in the school for the last year, only 1 day a month. And now we have got funding, which was contingent upon getting access to this space to be able to operate on 3 days a week basis for this seniors program. And we're going to send you a 2-minute clip of the seniors themselves talking about how important this is to them. I understand the clerk will be sending that to all the trustees. So we very much appreciate that we'll be able to expand this seniors program. I'm also speaking for the RENA Foundation that actually provides developmental supports to persons with developmental disabilities. It's celebrating its 50th year, and it's going to be occupying one of the rooms in the same space and providing support and hopefully a community gardening project that might even be able to involve the students. And finally, the Learning Enrichment Foundation will be a third partner in this space. So it's kind of a bit of a hub of community groups that are going to be part of the school. And the Learning Enrichment Foundation actually, not just Hodgson School, but all of us are kind of new kids on the block when it comes to the Community Learning Enrichment Foundation. It's been in the school for 40 years with a child care center. And it now wants to expand into have a parent engagement room where it can work with parents in small groups and one-on-one and expand their support that way to the community. So we have this designated space in the northeast corner of the Vaughan Road Academy. I know you have the floor plans in your material there. And we've worked out ways with Hodgson to be able to be present in this shared space, not to be distracting, but to be present. And as I was reflecting on what we saw yesterday with several hundred families in the room, it occurred to me that over the last few years, with Davisville having moved out in Spectrum and the pandemic interfering with anybody being in the school, and then it being a virtual school, thus 60 or so teachers there and no kids, we realized last night when we saw the hallways and the corridors and the auditorium and the cafeteria full of people, and especially kids, the way kids are, moving around and enjoying each other, that in fact, this place has been a ghost town for several years. That's basically it. And I think Trustee Laskin will appreciate that what we saw last night, and I'm sure the board chair as well, what we saw last night really suggests kind of a new life for this old 100-year-old building that we look forward to joining with the Hodgson parents and families. And we talked to many of them last night and know that they're very interested in working with us. And the way that I see it is that, Hodgson will bring the energy and the vitality to the situation. We'll bring the knowledge and the connections to our community, and we think that's going to be a recipe for success for the next 2 years. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Peter. Don't go anywhere because we have a list of questions from trustees. So first up, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for the delegation. It's great to learn that community groups are going to be able to come in and access and provide such a valued contribution to the community. So that's exciting to learn about. I did want to. I do have a question of clarification regarding the fund. You indicated. I believe you indicated that the funding was contingent upon getting access to the building. Could you expand?
Yeah, we have one fund for our seniors program, a New Horizons grant that wasn't dependent on that, but we just been approved as a kind of a demonstration project with 10 or so others across the country to develop a kind of a support model for seniors in the community that requires us having a meeting space for the seniors, right? So if we didn't have the meeting space like we have it with this room, then we wouldn't be able to get secure that funding. That was a condition of getting the funding.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Dawson.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Clutterbuck. Thank you so much for your delegation. I did want to say, I have a question, but I did want to say thank you so much for all of the hard work that you're doing in our community. It really doesn't go unnoticed. I wanted to just ask a question about the seniors programming and how it might be filling a gap in programming currently available in the community.
Right. That's a good question. Our part of the world up there in Oakwood Vaughan, those census tracts up there has one of the higher proportions of people living over 65. We have a 12% higher proportion of seniors who are living alone, 12% higher than the city average, living alone. And when you're living alone and you're over 65, you're at high risk of having to leave the community. So we actually intentionally developed a program that would involve physical activity so that seniors get proper exercise, healthy nutrition, and learning. So our program involves bringing in guest speakers. For example, a couple of weeks ago, we had someone in to talk about what the municipal election is all about and how to prepare for the election. So that and socialization. So it's very important for seniors. And you'll see in the little clip that we send you that the seniors talk about how important it was. The fact is, when we first brought people into the room, they didn't know each other. And when we invited them in, they now are kind of bonding as great friends. So it's a real strong way in which to build social capital in your community and help seniors having to, stay in their home, be supported in their home, and be active in the community. It's not just about aging in place, it's about aging actively in community. And that's what our program is showing and what we're being asked to demonstrate further with this new funding we're getting.
Thank you so much. And one more quick question. You mentioned a community garden and possibly some other elements. I'm just wondering, are there opportunities for forming intergenerational connections between sort of old and young? Is that part of the programming?
That's right. The RENA Foundation actually has applied to be an educational partner with the board so that it could, if it gets approved, work with the school, the principal, and we've talked to the principal and the superintendents about the possibility of a community garden. So if in fact it gets approved there and we can get some funding, then RENA is prepared to kind of support the community in building a community garden that is intentional around involving the students in as much as they're able, or, apart from their studies, I know that's their main purpose, but we'd like to involve the students. We already have the daycare young people involved in a very small garden. And the intention is that seniors would join in that as well. Community members would join in that as well with all the necessary protections that have to be assured ahead of time. We understand that. But that's the intention, is to create some opportunities for the students to be another part of the community other than just coming in and learning and going home.
Thank you very much. Trustee Dawson, your time is up. Up next, we have Trustee Ragini. Please go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for all the work that you and your colleagues do in the community space. I've spoken to this a bit already, but you referenced that it's going beyond just being present in the space. So if you could share where you see the opportunities and collaborations beyond to what you've already spoke to, if there's anything you want to add at this point.
The most specific thing that we've talked about and actually looked at ways to get funding for is the community gardening thing with the RENA Foundation. We ourselves also applied for money to start a community garden. So that's the most specific things we've talked about. We understand that the school in Hodgson needs a month or so to kind of get settled in the school. So we don't want to push an agenda too quickly. We're going to delay actually starting our programs till later in September, and things settle down and we can have real discussions about possibilities. But we understand the first purpose is for these kids to get good schooling and to feel comfortable in the place in which they're getting it. And then as opportunities arise, like the gardening thing, we'll explore them with people and not push any agenda.
And just one more follow-up. What do you see the impact of the community garden being?
Well, I think we know in our community, actually, growing food is getting more and more important given the income situations, especially seniors. A lot of our seniors are at the real low end on fixed incomes. So it does provide a little bit of a contribution to food security in the community, but I think one of the real benefits of gardening together with other people in community gardens is you get to know each other, you have social interaction. Our seniors, I think, would appreciate working. There's also another actual youth group in our community that we think would be very interested in participating in some way in the school. So that's the first most specific thing that we're talking about. We're also, though, bringing in people to give talks around different topics, some of which may be of interest perhaps to students or school staff or teachers, and we'll always let them know what our program is, and wherever they feel an interest in joining with us, we'd be more than welcome to have them. Not only ourselves at OVCO, but also, I'm sure, RENA and the Learning Enrichment Foundation.
Okay, and that concludes our questions. Thank you very much for coming today, Peter, and sharing that with us. Up next, we have our final delegate for the evening, Bethany Bergman, and this is on music, I believe, and Bethany is a TDSB parent on music programs. Take your time, don't worry. Yes, I know, you've been very patient, thank you. So I think you know the drill. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak today. Arts and enrichment programming in the TDSB has seen cuts for years. As a TDSB parent of two, I want answers to why these cuts continue to be made, especially when the TDSB is keen to give opportunity to those who express interest. I would like to focus on cuts to music as it is dear to my heart. Over the last 12 months, 5 legacy music programs and concerts, 43 music programs in 34 schools, and the RH Academy Arts Leadership Program in Scarborough has disappeared. Where did they go? Were parents told they would disappear? What about the students? These programs include opportunities for beginner students to learn instruments and collaborate with culturally and socioeconomically diverse communities. Music teachers reached out for explanations from the TDSB, but received no response. Over 1,000 students anticipating these programs are affected. Post-pandemic, as our students are already struggling, policies remain perplexing and lack transparency. In December 2022, the TDSB releases partial information and data requested by parents under the Freedom of Information Act. Related to the arts is feedback showing significant interest and increasing demands for STEM arts and sports programs in middle and elementary schools. Summer 2022, 37 elementary and middle school music programs across the GTA are lost, reducing the opportunities and access for students to learn music, along with key skills they need to succeed in high school level arts programs should they show interest. October 2022, TDSB cuts its special interest program, Leadership Arts and Culture at RH King Academy in Scarborough. This contradicts the TDSB's official statement that no arts programs will be cut as a result of policy changes. April 2023, economics professor Marcin Pesky releases data and algorithm flaws about the TDSB's lottery process, demonstrating that the new policy hides failures by the TDSB to appropriately prepare students for special interest programs before grade 9. This includes the numerous cuts to elementary and middle schools. Spring 2023, TDSB lost in-school music programs at the elementary and middle schools, bringing the total to 43 band, strings, or general music programs in 34 schools over the past year as a result of numerous cuts to music instruction, including reduced instructional hours, discontinued itinerant music instructor programs, and music positions declared surplus. Put bluntly, the TDSB is letting students down. People like me, a professional violinist, and my husband, a professional trumpet player from Cornwall, Ontario, will not exist in 20 years if you continue to cut programs. We both received our introduction to music and inspiration in our public schools. I am one of 5 professional violinist siblings with non-musician parents. I would not have had this opportunity unless my public school had had music. Most of my colleagues wouldn't be able to create music if they had not learned to play an instrument as a child in their public schools with specialist teachers. Cuts to these teachers from schools are negatively impacting our students beyond measure. Additionally, the lottery is barring kids who have been working hard at music from these programs. Would we ask kids who are interested in French to go into a French program having no knowledge of French beforehand? This is not equity. Now truly, only parents with resources can nurture a child's interest. Private schools, thank you. And as we speak, thanks to the lottery, schools with arts programs have empty seats that the TDSB is intentionally not filling. I repeat, empty seats are not being filled despite high demand. They are letting an opportunity for a child that shows interest die. Even those who want spots are no longer considered as wait lists are not being maintained, even though those spots are open. To me, this is criminal. Music changes outcomes in education, psychology, cognition, and emotional regulation. Music and neuroscience is a huge field of study that has been rapidly developing. According to research by biggerbetterbrains.com from the University of Sydney and research at McMaster University on music and the mind, among many others, the way children are positively affected by music education will not only affect their learning, it will affect their mental health, brain development, and their social health. There are no negative outcomes to learning music. There are many to denying children the opportunity to learn it. This is hurting our kids by cutting music programs. This is real research done by real scientists over decades studying the long-term effects of music on our students. This is not a ChatGPT document produced in haste to support a misleading lottery system. This is hurting kids. Why can't equity and merit coexist?
How you doing?
There are educators waiting to share their love of music in our public schools. Our schools are filled with empty band and orchestra rooms with unused instruments, pianos that cannot be played, and children that hum to themselves and wish they could learn. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Bethany, thank you for your delegation. I'm new trustee here. First time I heard that is, how many programs being cut by TDSB last year? Or year before that? Can you give me the number? Sorry, you're speaking very fast. I missed
So
that number.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I was speaking very fast.
Yeah.
In the last 12 months, there were 5 legacy music programs that were, and concerts that were cut. These are programs that have been in existence for a number of years, for decades in some cases. All-city concerts in TDSB, ways in which children from across the city can connect with each other who show an interest in music. And these are not from schools that are music-based. These are from our generalized public schools that still have music programs. And those music programs are diminishing. The only way to keep those music programs going is to continue and to join those kids together when they feel impassioned and want to meet other kids like themselves. There were 43 music programs in 34 schools that were cut, and the RH Academy Arts Leadership Program in Scarborough is also gone.
So 43 program, how many teachers, how many students were affected by the cut?
I don't have an exact number, but I can tell you that over 1,000 students are affected by these cuts. And these are students from a range of socioeconomic backgrounds.
Do you think those cuts would affect those students to pursue their dream, like a career like you?
Yes, I do, actually. I think that it's very important for us to get opportunities to our kids as soon as possible, not to wait until they can have an interest later in life and then suddenly present them with this. If a kid is humming or a kid is tapping or a kid wants to pick up an instrument, they should have that opportunity in their school just like I did. And I would not be a musician, my husband would not be a musician, and 80% of my colleagues, Canadian icons, would not be musicians or producers or artists or in this field. And this is a disservice to our children.
Yeah, so you said is a teacher read a letter to the director or the staff regarding to dispute the cuts. They never get a response for that?
I'm sorry, I did not understand.
Sorry, I think you mentioned that a teacher in those 43 program were being supposed to cut. They read a letter to the senior staff, dispute that cut, right?
I didn't say anything about a letter, I don't think.
Okay.
I just know of the program's
So who's the committee really oppose the decision? The students or the parents oppose the decision for the cut?
I'm sorry, Trustee
Sorry.
Pei, your time
That's
is
okay.
up.
Thank you.
Trustee Nunziata, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you for delegating, and I really do appreciate and value musical education for all of our students.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, it is 6:57. We're going to take a break till 7:10, and we will be back to do the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dawson, present.
Thank you. I have Dawson present and okay, we are back live. At this point, we are finished our delegations, and I would just like to ask for a reordering of the agenda with the committee's indulgence. There are a few pieces. It would be to switch items 6.1 and 6.2 in their order. So we would do the Toronto Lands Corporation annual plan first, followed by the annual capital and operating budget. That's at the request of TLC. And then the second item is a request to move up item number 7.6 to the beginning of the staff reports. So if I could ask for a mover and a seconder to reapprove the agenda. Thank you, Trustee Nunziata and Local Rotman. All those in favor, say aye or show of hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that has carried. So at this point, we will move to item number 5, which is the report from trustees appointed to the Ontario Public School Boards Association, OBSPA. This is the director's report. Trustee Arts, I believe you are going to begin on this one.
Yes, thank you very much. I just have 2 items. I just want to remind everyone that the OBSPA annual general meeting is happening this weekend, actually starting tomorrow. So that will involve a board of directors meeting, the general AGM for all trustees in the province, and then regional elections and organizational meetings on Saturday. So yeah, that's taking place in Blue Mountain. I'm looking forward to a great weekend of networking and getting some work done with OBSPA. And the other piece I shared with trustees earlier today is a new report from the Education Partnership Table, of which OBSPA is a leading member. And that report is called, research paper is called Beyond Knowledge, Preparing Students for an Uncertain Future. So this is the best thoughts, best practices documents meant to help inform school boards, but also help inform the Ministry of Education on the priorities that should be placing on student learning and student skills as they graduate from our education systems, our public education systems, and be prepared for post-secondary life. And then I will turn it over to Trustee Dawson. Yeah, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. I just have a quick update. Very exciting. The Black Trustee Caucus will be presenting at the board meeting their terms of reference for adoption. And then also the election of the chair and vice chair of the caucus will take place on Saturday. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. Seeing no further speakers on this, we'll move on to item number 6, the new 6.1, which is the Toronto Lands Corporation Annual Plan for 2023-2024. And I believe we have Mr. Sage joining us this evening, the CEO of TLC.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greatly appreciate the opportunity to share with the trustees this evening both our annual plan and our budget. The shareholders' direction does require that the annual plan and budget be presented through the TLC board, which has already been approved, and now it is before the committee tonight for the committee's consideration, and then on to the board next week for approval. Madam Chair, as trustees may recall, greater insight as to TLC's work was shared with each trustee during the 22 award presentations on the long-term people accommodation strategy. And that was a great opportunity, and we appreciated it immensely. Tonight, I just want to touch on a little bit more of the background of TLC, a few of the projects, and then move right into the annual plan, followed by our budget. And I thank you for reordering the agenda, because the annual plan is really the essence of our work, and the budget that we have created is in support of that particular annual plan. So next slide, please. Madam Chair, the Toronto Lands Corporation was created in 2008 in cooperation and in collaboration with the Ministry of Education to provide professional oversight, management, and real estate advice on TDSB significant land holdings. As we all know, TLC is a wholly owned subsidiary of TDSB, and the original governance model seen a board membership of 10, which 6 were citizen members and 4 were appointed trustees. The mandate from 2009 through to 2018 was primarily the management of 97 TDSB non-instructional assets. And that changed in 2018 when the mandate was expanded to include all of land use planning and real estate matters across all of the TDSB land holdings, which is approximately 615 sites. We valued the TDSB asset base currently to be estimated at about $20 billion. And to date, 16 citizen directors and 26 TDSB trustees have represented and served the TLC. Next slide, please. One more. Madam Chair, since beginning operations primarily in 2009, we have now estimated that by 2025 we will have returned approximately $1 billion in both capital and operating revenues from the work the TLC has done in support of TLC or TDSB. And those funds basically contribute towards TDSB's capital investment program. Next slide. I just wanted to touch on a couple of key projects. Many, I believe you will know and understand. Next slide. The first one is the Blue Dufferin project. In the upper corner there, you will see the red outline. This was a severance project. The Blue Dufferin site was approximately 15 acres in size, of which 7.3 acres was severed off. The thick red line is what the remaining 8-acre parcel of the TDSB site is now currently active. The other part is what has been or what will be going through a redevelopment. This 7.3 severance has generated $151.5 million towards TDSB's capital program. And one of the interesting facets of this is that you see in the bottom left corner, this is the former Kent Middle School, and it is being repurposed as a community hub as a part of the redevelopment on this particular site. Next slide. The Davisville site, another interesting project. The ministry approved a new school. The school was originally designed to be a 2-story school, but the footprint was compressed. It was compressed so that the school could be a 3-story school. The reason for that is that in partnership with the City of Toronto, a new city pool and rec center could be built on the Davisville site. When this pool and rec center is complete, TDSB students will have access to this pool every day for 4 hours a day for the next 49 years at no cost to TDSB. So an interesting project that has been put together for the students. Next slide, please. David and Mary Thompson was a very large site, 36-acre site that TLC severed into 4 different components. 2 were sold off and for redevelopment to generate approximately $45 million. Another 2 acres was disposed of to the city, so the city could now build a childcare center and a proposed rec center. And you can see the new school and the brand new field that will be contributing to a great educational experience at this school for years to come, and community experience as well. Next slide, please. This is probably one of the most interesting projects that we had undertaken TDSB was looking for a site in the Lower Young neighborhood because of the demand for school space. We negotiated with Menkes. We believe it's the first school that will be in a podium or in the tower or at the base of a tower. This is a 450 seat JK-8 school that will sit at the base of a 92-story tower. And there'll be another 2 or 3 towers on the site of equivalent size and mass. Next slide. And this is the final one, basically the Eglinton project. The red outline is a 1.6 acre site. We've negotiated with the abutting landowner who's going to be building a 36-story tower. And in that tower, they will be building a 60,000 square foot school. Once that tower and school is complete, they will move over to the TDSB site. They will then build 2 more towers. And when they do that, they will build an additional 60,000 square foot facility, a school. And when that's complete, they will join the two together to have one school of 120,000 square feet. It will be a K-5 school for 1,100 students. We valued the TDSB site prior to getting into this undertaking and initiative at $120 million. With this initiative complete at the end of the day, we have an estimated value for this space to be $170 million. TDSB owns this space, and TDSB at a future point can even sell this space. But it is now a strata ownership. And this is a way that new schools can be built basically at no additional cost to the province or no additional cost to the school board. It's all included in the transaction with the developer of the site. So there's just a couple of examples of a few projects that we have been working on. There are a few projects that we are proud of. We are waiting for final approval from the province, which we have preliminary indication that the province is fully supporting this type of project and this type of initiative as we go forward. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob. Rob is our head of corporate communications, and Rob Thompson's going to walk us through our annual plan. When Rob is finished, I'll then walk through quickly the budget, and then I think we can open the whole thing up for discussion, annual plan and budget. So Rob.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Good evening, colleagues. And through you, Madam Chair, on behalf of the TLC, I'm happy to present a few slides covering a brief overview of the annual plan and its content. What we've tried to portray throughout this annual plan is the opportunity and potential that TLC will be working toward in the coming year in terms of optimizing and in some cases maximizing the inherent value that is unique to TDSB property assets for the board's consideration. We developed the annual plan on the principle or practice of aligning TDSB goals with TLC strategies. We worked closely with TDSB planning staff to identify opportunities for surplus declarations, locations for future schools, revenue generation potential, and facility modernization potential in support of educational goals. Next slide, please. In the annual plan, and working under the premise of our approved modernization strategy, we have highlighted our operational priorities and have drawn attention to the array of real estate and land use planning categories of work that our team manages every day on behalf of the school board. Next slide, please. I want to point out the excellent work that our land use planning team has done and is doing to secure the potential for schools in numerous emerging neighborhoods and communities across the city. It is projected that at least 10 new schools will be required as part of the continued condominium tower growth over the next 15 years, with potentially 6 more needed following the build-out of Downsview Park over the next 25 to 30 years. Next slide, please. TLC's real estate team, in collaboration with TDSB planning staff, have identified sites across the city for their potential for revenue generation. These sites have been grouped into 3 categories: Ontario Regulation 44498 opportunities, modernization potential sites, and opportunities currently in progress. A complete list of the sites indicated on the slide will be provided to all trustees tomorrow. Next slide, please. Included in the annual plan is a preliminary financial model and projection that we have done that demonstrates how the current $20 billion of TDSB land value will grow to $37 billion by 2035, and how the board could extract $150 million annually from this increase to generate enough capital to build 60 new schools at today's benchmark for new school construction. Next slide, please. And finally, barring any significant changes to TLC stewardship of TDSB land assets in the near future, we have laid out the performance indicators we will work toward over the next 12 months and have acknowledged the Denton's report and the ongoing work that we will be doing collaborating with TDSB to ensure that the recommendations from the report are implemented. My real estate and land use planning colleagues are online with me this evening. And at the end of Daryl's presentation, we're more than happy to take any questions you have regarding this year's annual plan. Daryl?
Well, thanks, Rob. And as noted, Rob has highlighted our focus of work for the upcoming year, again, in collaboration with TDSB Accommodation and Strategy. We have projects at various stages that we are working on, and as we develop the budget for this current year, we have developed it in order to advance the projects, which I believe there's close to 25 projects that we will be working on throughout the year. So, next slide, please. The TLC budget, obviously compared to TSB's budget, is although we believe quite significant, it fits quite nicely into TDSB's overall direction and plan. Next slide, please. The budget, like I said, our budget supports the work of the annual plan. It does form a part of the overall operating and capital budget of TDSB. This year, we are projecting revenues, both capital and operating revenues, to be approximately $178 million, with related expenses to achieve that 178 of $30 million. That gives us a return rate of about 83% of the contribution margin back to TDSB. And I will note that the only increase basically that is experienced in the operating budget is a $1.1 million increase, and that is due solely by the increase of TDSB when they look at calculating their annual average cost of operating, which they basically look at the total cost to operate the system divided by the number of square feet, and that creates a cost per square foot. That cost compared to last year is up by 6%. And we are required to then apply that average cost of operating to the number of square feet that is in our leasing portfolio. And as a result, our expenses have increased by $1.13 million. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to simplify the presentation. And in your package, you will see TLC's operating budget. It appears as you see it on the screen. I have identified three sections that I just want to briefly walk you through. The first section, which is non-operating, the second section is operating, and the third section is TLC overhead. The yellow section is last year's budget. The green section is the current year. So I just want to focus now on the first section of TLC's budget. So if you go to the next slide, please. So non-operating school facilities, these are schools that have no students. They have no student programming. There's approximately 45 facilities, basically made up of administrative sites, leased out closed schools, and vacant sites. The land value attributed to those particular assets is about $1 billion. And you will see the colored chart below that kind of breaks out a little bit more detail with the 45 properties being the total running across. So the 45 properties beside that is 161 acres. So the 45 properties sit on approximately 161 acres of land. With the non-operating schools or closed schools that are in our inventory, we do lease those out. And you'll see the revenue that we are targeting for generation this year is just over $6 million. Last year it was 5.8. So we've increased the revenue stream on those particular properties. We also, from our revenue, so out of the $6 million, we do take $1 million out, and we use that $1 million for capital upgrades, capital renewal. So where buildings are in need of repair, we rely on the $1 million to address some of the demands that these aging schools, closed schools have. The operating expenses to run these facilities at $1.6 million. So we are generating a net profit of about $3.5 million in this section of the budget. And again, these are non-operating facilities. Some of these facilities have been in inventory for 30, 40, 50 years. And these are properties that are also not impacted by the moratorium, and they become a bit of a focus as we move forward to try to generate revenues for TDSB in the future. Next slide, please. So that was section 1. Section 2 now is the agreements that we have for operating schools. So within the 583 operating schools, we have approximately 700 agreements that we manage on behalf of TDSB. Some of those agreements apply to childcare. We're looking at 23,000 childcare spaces, the swimming pools, any kind of access to the school site. These are all different agreements that we manage on behalf of TDSB. The revenue being generated this year, we anticipate it to be $21.7 million. But the expenditures are at $23.6 million. So there is a budgeted loss projected to be $2.2 million. And I thought I would just pause to explain that a little bit more. When you see the red circled areas, last year, you'll see revenue and expenditures for the umbrella leases. So these are the child care leases that are under the city umbrella. The first yellow box, you'll see 4.5 million. That's the revenue, and the expenditure last year was 10.3 million. That's where you get your $5.5 million loss, or put another way, this is the $5.5 million subsidy that has been provided to the daycare so that they could function. This year, the 5.5 million is reduced to 2.2 million. Primarily due to the fact that TDSB is going to be collecting greater revenues from the daycares. The reason for the $2.2 million loss is that the collection of new revenues for the daycares will begin January of next year. So from the start of the new year, September through to December, we will still experience a shortfall. And when you look at the top line under 22 or 23, 24, you'll see revenues at 9 million and expenditures at 11.2. That's where the loss is, and it's really the timing from the implementation of the new collection of greater revenues for childcare. So that's the second section of the TLC budget. The third section, next slide, please, is basically what I would call the overhead. There's two components to the overhead. The first component is what we call chargebacks. So there's a number of services that TDSB provides to support TLC in the area of facilities, business services, and administrative services. And those costs of $128,000 are passed back to TDSB's operating lines. And then basically the second part of the overhead is 90% of the overhead relates to the operational costs of staff and benefits. The legal fees, we rely on legal fees to do a number of our legal agreements, title checks, title clearance, a number of supports that we need from legal services, as well as we seek a number of external professionals to support the work that we do, particularly in our operating budget. We have a budget of $610,000 specifically relating to all of the land use planning activities. So we are looking to obtain professional input through reports that are provided to us for land use planning, traffic studies, the significant cost as we gather information and we proceed to the planning tribunals. So that's what makes up primarily the $600,000. So overall, the overhead of TLC, again, 90% of it is in the area of operational staff costs, legal fees, and land use planning, and the chargeback. Next slide, please. The capital budget I've made as simple as I can for the presentation. Next slide, please. You'll see the capital budget consists of a target $150 million. You'll also note in Rob's comments earlier, when you've seen that graph and the asset value increasing and the extraction of $150 million, that has been, I'll say, an adopted approach by TDSB, and you will find the $150 million is in TDSB's capital plan for capital budget for the upcoming year. And so the target is now to generate $150 million for TDSB to support their capital priorities. The cost to achieve that $150 million is, again, the TLC overhead and the chargeback. Overall, $3.6 million. So in that overhead are things like commissions to brokers, appraisal reports, appraisal fees, planning reports, legal work, environmental work that we need to do, heritage reports, salaries and benefits. So that is what totals the $3.65 million. Overall, in the capital side, we expect to return 98% of what we generate to the tune of $146.3 million. Now, I will say and advise the board too that when you see the target of $150 million, that will require particular properties being identified and being placed through the process, with the first step in the process being a surplus declaration by the board. And you will see a couple of properties coming forward later on this evening through Mr. Gowdy and his team. And that's the start of the initiative in order to achieve the $150 million. Next slide, please. In summary, I talked about the non-instructional section of the budget. In that area of non-instructional, the revenue piece, our revenues are up to $6 million, an increase in revenue of $260,000. Next slide. Our non-instructional lease expenditures, we've been able to decrease by $381,000. Next slide. Our administrative expenditures, we've been able to decrease by $12,000. And our operating schools, the revenues have increased by $5 million. Next slide. The expenditures in the operating schools have increased by $1.5 million. And when you bring this all together, the overall budget, when you look at the bottom line of the package that you have within your agenda this evening, last slide, please. You will see that we are showing a $1.13 million budget-to-budget increase. And again, that increase is purely due to the 6% increase in the cost per square foot based on TDSB's annual operating costs. I know that I went through that relatively quickly. I thought that we would give you some highlights, knowing that you have gone through the package, and we would be pleased to now answer any questions relating to the annual plan or the budget, noting that when it does come to times for voting, there are two separate reports, and two recommendations would need to be approved separately. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, myself and the team are here to respond to any questions that trustees may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sage. The question we have so far, the trustee on the list, we have Trustee Rajwani. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, I would just like some more information on the potential school for Winford Concord. I've had many constituents raise concerns as it relates to location being close to freight railway lines, as well as the density of that space and traffic flow and safety. So if you could help me understand how those risks are evaluated and what planning takes place to alleviate any safety concerns.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to maybe start with Bianca. And maybe we can start it, Bianca, and we can pitch in to add to that.
Of course. Thank you, Daryl. And through you, Madam Chair, this particular development proposal was subject to an OLT hearing, of which we did have party status. Many of the issues that were raised by TDSB were discussed and raised at the OLT, as well as many of these items that you've raised are dealt with through the City of Toronto and are addressed in that way as well. We've also met with the Residents Association and addressed many of their concerns one-on-one, which I understand have been dealt with.
Thank you. And then just one more question in terms of, I'm getting very micro here, but just in terms of like seamless planning in terms of the traffic pieces, ensuring that, you know, the TDSB staff have parking and that it's a seamless start to finish day for all those people that are in the building or doing drop off. If you could elaborate on that a bit, please.
So when through you, Madam Chair, when we initially circulated a development application, any issues, land use planning or accommodation issues, we respond initially through our initial letter. If they continue to be issues and we arrive at the OLT, we continue to address those issues at the OLT until they're resolved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions online or, oh, my apologies. I see Trustee Nunziata has just put up his hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I had a question about the sale of surplus properties. I know that when we sell a surplus property, it goes through a long list of first right of refusals. But when it does go to the public market, does any activity go on at TLC in rezoning this land to increase its value and increase the potential return of it? Does that go on at TLC at all?
Through you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the question. It's a very good question, and you're right. The first step in the process is a circulation to 64 public agencies. We need to clear that public agency list first. TLC has gone through the process when I mentioned earlier on the Bendale Thompson property or Lawrence Midland site. We actually went through and rezoned the whole section of property, which makes it easier for further disposition. The challenge that we have to be very mindful of is that when you are looking at the potential of doing the work ourselves or rezoning property, you are basically looking 5 to 10 years down the road and anticipating what the market might want to be or may want to buy at that particular time. This is where developers have a greater insight into what that might look like. But we have gone through that process. We've been successful at rezoning, and we've been very successful of upzoning TDSB lands for increasing the, I'll say the value of the sites. So we're quite comfortable with that.
Thank you. And the reason why I asked it is because, when landowners rezone property, especially at this scale, there's a great deal of upside, potentially 10 times the value that would go to the school board. So I just want to share that and think it's important.
Okay, seeing no further questions, what we're going to do is vote on the annual plan separately from the budget. So we're first going to do 6.1. The new, sorry, Trustee Laskin. Oh, you're moving it, sorry. Okay, thank you. We're going to do them separately though, okay? So I need a mover and a seconder for 6.1. I have Trustee Laskin and Trustee McLean. I assume this will be on eScribe? Okay. Yes, we're doing the annual plan first. So if trustees, if you're not using eScribe, if you could just let us know how you vote, and I'm in favor, please.
Dawson in favor.
Hearts in favor.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Trustee B in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Logical Singhal in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
I said in favor, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we didn't hear you. Am I missing anyone? Okay, and that has carried. Up next, we have item number 6.2. Can I have a mover and a seconder on these? Trustee McLean, Trustee Laskin again. And all those in favor, please, we will open the vote on eScribe. If you're not on eScribe, let us know how you vote. I'm in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Logical Singhal in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Trustee Lee and Trustee, we got Trustee Lee? Okay, thank you. And that also has carried. Moving on to item number 6.3. This is the 2022-2023 Q4 leases and licenses for TDSB operating schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe if I could ask Ryan Glenn to present.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. So appreciate being here tonight. So this is a report for 3 agreements, 1 lease and 2 license agreements. I'll go over it very quickly and happy to answer any questions that you may have after I summarize the report. 3 locations are Central Etobicoke High School. That's going to be a lease with Post 21 Foundation. This is a renewal. Post 21 Foundation provides learning opportunities for adults with complex physical and mental needs. So this is a good community partner, and we work closely with our colleagues in the TDSB and have determined that we would like to move forward with a renewal of the 2,873 square feet of space at market rent. And the other 2 agreements, one at West Humber Collegiate Institute and James Bell, are both with the Greater Toronto Airport Authority. These are license agreements, and it's just for a small portion of the rooftop. They have noise monitoring equipment for air traffic on both of those schools. So these are fairly small agreements, but again, they're important. And so we're moving forward with renewal of the lease at Central Etobicoke and the renewal of 2 license agreements, both at West Humber and James Bell. Happy to answer any questions. The details of all 3 of these agreements are contained in the appendices of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking to see if we have any questions. Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, and through the chair, do we really get $563 annually for the, or sorry, $579 annually for whatever?
Yes, yes, it's under, it's a license fee based on permit rates. Yes, that's correct. That's the standard rate for these types of agreements for it's effectively, through the chair, sorry, Trustee, these are small, very small microphones and sound monitoring. So yes, that is what we get. So the proposed new annual rent is $579 for both of those.
Just a follow-up through the chair, if I may. How many staff hours did we use to generate the $579?
Through the chair, the work to renew the agreement, and this is going to be an estimate, it's going to be a few hours to do the report as well as to do the renewal. It will be a few hours of staff time.
Okay, okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on. I'm not seeing any other questions, so we will open the vote on item number 6.3. I need a mover and a sorry. Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Laskin and Trustee Loka-Rotman. All those in favor, let us know how you vote on eScribe, or if you're not using eScribe, let us know how you vote. I am in favor.
Naraja in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Rajkul Singham in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Trustee Patel, Trustee Rajkul Singham, Trustee Williams.
Rajkul Singham in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Lee and Trustee Patel, we're also waiting.
Trustee Patel, I vote in favor.
Thank you. Trustee, okay, we've got them all. And that has carried. Up next, we have item number 6.4. This is the Community Access Agreement for Blake Junior Public School at 21 Boltby Avenue. Mr. Sage, who will be speaking to this, please?
Hi, everybody. It's Ryan again. I'm happy to present not only this community access agreement, but the two others that follow this one as well. I'll speak to all three. So through the chair, this is a community access agreement using Section 37 funding from the City of Toronto for improvements at this particular school is Blake Street Junior Public School. So it's going to be a total of $62,988 and change for hard surface improvements, to create a new basketball court, some new basketball nets, and line painting, and new fencing associated with the new court. This is exciting. I know the neighborhood and the community really are looking forward to this, and it demonstrates a good partnership with the City of Toronto. So what we're asking here for approval to go ahead and approve the agreement, and subsequently move forward with an agreement with the City of Toronto for access to public access to this facility after school hours for a term commensurate with the investment, which is 10 years in this instance. So happy to answer any questions you may have. But again, it's a community access agreement for a new basketball court.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thank you. A comment, not a question. Thanks very much for presenting this. I just wanted to share with everyone that I had the opportunity to chat with the Blake Playground Committee earlier today, as well as our area city councilor's office. All are very thrilled to see this come to board tonight and are very supportive. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing other questions on this, so can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Trustee Loka-Rotman and Trustee Earhart, thank you. And we will open the vote on that one.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Thank you.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Roger Singham in favor.
Sriska Narajan in favor.
Chernislin in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Patel's in favor. Okay, and that has carried. Up next, we have item number 6. I think we're on 6.5. 6.5, which is Community Access Agreement for General Brock Public School, 140 Chestnut Crescent. Mr. Glenn, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, through the chair. So again, this is another community access agreement. This is for General Brock, 140 Chestnut. This is for a term of 25 years with an amortization schedule of 10 years. This is, I want to make the distinction, this is a little bit different than the previous term length of the report that you just approved. So this one is a 25-year term, but we have a 10-year amortization period for the investment. So, and just I'll quickly explain it. This relates to the next agreement or the next report as well, that the TDSB has to, if we decide that we will terminate this agreement prior to the 10 years, we have to pay the unamortized cost of the investment. Anything after 10 years, we have the ability to terminate the agreement without having to repay back any of the investment. So this is for a total of $150,000, and this is primarily for asphalt paving, armor stone, and an outdoor classroom, and then the additional costs associated with demolition and removal, as well as some new trees and some sodding. So again, this is a Section 37 agreement that's been outstanding for quite some time. We're very excited to bring this forward. We know the community in this instance, similar to the previous report, is very anxious to get this approval and get this work going. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions on this item, so can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Trustee Loka-Rotman and Trustee McLean, and we will now open the vote. Chernislin in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Sriska Narajan in favor.
Pay in favor.
Roger Singham in favor.
King in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Pay, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, in favor.
Okay, thanks. And Trustee Lee, how do you vote? You can mark him as absent. And that has carried. And the final one of these is item 6.6, Community Access Agreement for J.R. Wilcox Community School, 231 Ava Road. Mr. Glenn, feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Again, community access agreement for 231 Ava Road. This is J.R. Wilcox. So going to what I said in the previous report, this one has, again, a 25-year term length of the agreement with a 13-year amortization payback because there's a significant, the investment is more significant here than it was in the previous two reports. So this is a total of $350,000. And if you refer to Appendix C, there's a number of costs associated with the work that's going on here. Primarily, it's asphalt paving and regrading of the site. There's a portion of the schoolyard that has been fenced due to grading issues and some just unsafe ground for the students. So what this money will go toward is to install some new artificial turf, to regrade asphalt paving, putting in some safety surface, storage unit, outdoor classroom, etc. So again, this has been outstanding for quite some time. We're very excited to bring this forward as well. The community is quite anxious to have this done. Our colleagues at the city are happy. I think everyone is very supportive of this. And again, happy to answer any questions you might have about this as well. Appreciate it.
Okay, not seeing any further questions, so can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee Laskin and Trustee Loka-Rotman. And trustees could let us know how they vote or vote on e-scribe. Chernislin in favor, please.
Patel in favor.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Rajagula Singham in favor.
Dawson overwhelmingly in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Pay in favor.
Thank you. It doesn't show. Are we missing anyone? Okay, and that has carried. Thank you very much, everyone, for those. So up next, we are going to go to 7.6, because we changed the agenda. This is review of the need for the 200 Wilmington Avenue property and the 2245 Lawrence Avenue West property. And over to Associate Director Zucker.
Assistant Planning Officer Gowdy to speak to this report.
Thank you, Associate Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public. Through the chair, we've just heard Chief Executive Officer Darryl Sage speak to the capital budget target of $150 million, and this report is in support of achieving that target. This report recommends that two properties be sold. It's the 200 Wilmington Avenue property located in central North York and the 2245 Lawrence Avenue West property located in central Etobicoke. Both properties are former elementary schools that closed quite a long time ago, and both are under long-term leases. The 200 Wilmington Avenue property is leased to a community Jewish high school. They've occupied the building since 1978, and they have the option to extend the lease to 2034. The 2245 Lawrence Avenue West property is leased to an organization that runs retirement and long-term care facilities. Their lease began in 2003 and ends in 2053. They've demolished the original school building and redeveloped the land into a retirement and long-term care home. Both tenants have expressed interest in purchasing their respective properties. We've reviewed these two properties and the surrounding schools. We've looked at these areas through the lenses of enrollment trends, active and potential residential development, distance between school sites and residential addresses, and sizes of the sites of the surrounding TDSB schools. We've concluded that these two properties are unnecessary for the TDSB to keep to serve the long-term accommodation needs of the TDSB, because there's an adequate distribution of other TDSB sites in the area to provide options for neighborhood schooling and flexibility for the future. We held two public meetings to share these proposals and collect feedback. There was general support for the sale of these properties and seeing the continued use of the tenants. We are recommending that these two properties be declared as not required for the purposes of the board and referred to the Toronto Lands Corporation for sale. If approved, the Toronto Lands Corporation will follow the process in Regulation 444/98 and offer the properties to the ranked list of public agencies who have the first opportunity to consider buying the properties. If no public agencies express interest, then the two tenants will have the opportunity to buy their respective properties because their current leases give them the first right to purchase when they are offered for sale on the open market. It is highly unlikely that one of the ranked public agencies will express interest in buying the properties because they are encumbered by long-term leases. One of the conditions that we are recommending be attached to the sale of these two properties is that they be sold if and only if the price is the fair market value of the properties based on their highest and best uses without regard to the encumbrance of the existing long-term leases. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm looking around the room. Trustee Nunziata, please go ahead.
Thank you for this report and through the chair. So if one of these groups were to offer fair market value, the first right of refusal groups, would we have to accept it if they offered it?
Through the chair, yes, according to the regulation, if one of those ranked public agencies wish to acquire the property and assume, the encumbrance of the long-term lease, then they do have the first right to purchase.
And typically, thank you. And typically, do these ranked public agencies offer fair market value, or since they're ranked in the list, are they expecting to offer less if they would?
Through the chair, these public agencies have always been required to pay fair market value. Fair market value is probably a challenge for many of these groups to afford.
Thank you for the answers. Thank you for the report.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, please go ahead, Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to know how long was this lease signed up for the existing tenant?
Through the chair, the 200 Wilmington Avenue property has been leased out to this tenant since 1978. And then the 2245 Lawrence Avenue West property has been leased to that tenant since 2003.
Great, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, do we generally have first right of refusal clause in all our leases?
Through the chair, could you please repeat the question?
Do we normally have first right of refusal in all our lease clauses?
Yes, the legislature.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, we have Toronto Lands Corporation staff present. I think Director of Real Estate and Leasing Ryan Glenn might be the best person to respond.
Thanks, Andrew. And through the chair, these are older leases and they're long-term land leases. So on these two, they both have the right of first refusal. It's not something we typically see in most of our agreements, only because, well, a number of reasons. One, these are older agreements, and at the time, back maybe 25 years ago when 2245 Lawrence was negotiated, and then back in the late 70s with Wilmington, the right of first refusal was something that public agencies and public landowners would often put in these types of agreements. We don't tend to have them now, though. Sorry, it was a long answer to your question, but I thought I'd add the nuance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That helps. One more question. When was the last time we negotiated lease with the existing tenants?
Through the chair, the agreement for 2245, as Andrew had mentioned, was negotiated in 2000. Sorry, I'm just pulling my notes here. In 2000 and sorry, a moment here. 2003, I believe, and then the Anna Max Tannenbaum Community Hebrew Academy was in 1978. And they have the current lease expires with the 200 Wilmington in 2034, and the agreement with the chat school will expire on here. Oh, sorry. Apologies. 2245 Lawrence will expire in 2053, and the chat school will expire in 2034. So we would have negotiated with them at those dates for new agreements.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, my last question is, can we know who are these two leaseholders?
Through the chair, yes. So at 200 Wilmington, it's the Anna Max Tannenbaum Community Hebrew Academy of Toronto, and at 2245 Lawrence Avenue West is the Oakwood Retirement Community Schlegel Villages.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Next up, we have Trustee McLean. Please go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you, and through the chair. If I understand correctly, these two groups, they approached us about selling these two respective properties?
Through the chair, in the instance of the of 2245 Lawrence, I believe that we initiated the conversation with them, and with the 200 Wellington, I believe that they had the conversation with us. I think they've expressed interest for quite some time.
Okay, thank you. And follow up, if I may, Madam Chair, through you. We get fair market value as though there were no leases impeding the marketplace. So in theory, if we put a for sale sign out front, fair market value is determined by whoever would be the highest payer for that property with the assumption that they could have it immediately, regardless of the challenge that leases are still in place for 20, 30 years. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. So we would value these properties unencumbered as if the leases were not in play, and we would value them based on highest and best use. So it wouldn't necessarily be the going concern, whether or not it's a retirement village at 2245 Lawrence or a private school at 200 Wilmington. We'd look at them at highest and best use, which would be their full redevelopment potential.
And through you, Madam Chair, have you done tentative evaluations so that these two respective purchasers are aware of ballpark what we're expecting for these properties?
Through the chair, we have I think a general idea of what the value of these properties would be on the open market, but until such time as the TDSB would approve this, we would then undertake formal appraisals. There's a cost associated with those, and I think once we have approval from the board, we would undertake that work. With respect to what the expectation of both of the tenants currently would be, I think that although we haven't had explicit conversations around value, they're aware that the value of large sites is significant in Toronto, but I think that they're in both cases. I don't want to speak necessarily for them, but I think that they're very much open to and aware of the idea of purchasing the property at highest and best use and what comes with that, which would be a significant cost.
Okay, thank you. And this is more of a question of, I guess, more personal curiosity as much as anything, but why does a company who has a 30-year lease want to tie up all its capital when it already has guaranteed access to the building for 30 years?
Through the chair. So it's a good question. I think there's probably a couple of reasons. One, the ability to purchase public property doesn't come around it's not something that happens often. So I think the opportunity is presenting itself, and they probably are anxious at exploring and furthering that opportunity. Two, 30 years under a long-term might seem like a long time, but in the instance of, if we talk about a private school or a long-term care, your ability to amortize your capital asset becomes difficult if you don't own it, or you don't have a really long period of time under a very long-term land lease. 30 years, although it might seem like a long time, is still provides significant limitations with respect to financing, capital forecasting, and I would say almost continuity of business over time. So I think your ability to secure ownership allows you to leverage that property in ways that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do if you have a lease with the TDSB.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee Loka-Rotman, Trustee Laskin. And we will now open the vote on this item. Cherneslin in favor.
Skandaraj in favor.
Lee is in favor. Patel in favor.
Rajagul Singham in favor.
Madam Chair, Trustee Pei in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Dawson in favor.
I think she stepped away. Trustee Skandaraj, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Oh, and it's carried. Thank you. Up next, we are going back to, in the order of the agenda, item number 7.1. This is a staff report on the gradual implementation plan for NBE 3U-3C English Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Voices. To the director, I'll allow you, or you're welcome to introduce this item, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this evening's presentation will begin with Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins, for the introduction, but also for your wonderful support over the course of the last few months as we've been putting this plan forward. Through you, Madam Chair, good evening, everyone. On February 1st of 2023, the board directed staff to present an implementation plan for the gradual introduction of NBE 3U, Understanding Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Voices, grade 11 English, into every secondary school in TDSB. To present the details of this report, I would like to turn it over to our administrators from the Urban Indigenous Education Center, Antonino Giambrone and Robert DeRoche. Thank you both for joining, and I think it is Vice Principal DeRoche who will be starting this evening.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to walk us through our gradual implementation plan for the rollout of NBE 3, which is Contemporary First Nation, Métis, Inuit Voices. Can we go to the next slide, please? This aligns with the strategic directions of Truth and Reconciliation, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, transforming student learning, creating a culture of student and staff well-being, provide equity of access to learning opportunities for all students, and build strong relationships and partnerships within school communities to support student learning and well-being. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this supports a board motion, whereas it is stated in the Toronto School Board to ensure that Indigenous staff and students are not deprived of their rights and provided with a learning and working environment that is free from racism and discrimination of any kind. And so that let it be resolved that the Toronto District School Board commit to resolution in the implementation of the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, including United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. TDSB acknowledge that Indigenous peoples, First Nation, Métis, and Inuit are distinct and inherent rights, laws, and institutions. TRC, the Commission of Canada calls to action United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples be embedded in policies, bylaws, and board governance and structures, and that this aligns that the TDSB sets the Truth and Reconciliation as a board strategic direction. So it is recommended that the director present a report on contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit voices become the compulsory grade 11 course, and so we're going to speak to that right now. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so the context comes that it is proposed that the grade 11 course, the compulsory grade 11 course, would be the Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Voices, or coded as NBE 3U, NBE 3C. And that this motion would align with the commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada Calls to Action and United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The plan is to implement NBE 3, NBE 3C, and U into all TDSB high schools, and that also reflects an investment and commitment to learn from Indigenous people's experiences and perspectives. And can we go to the next slide, please? So the context, the action plan and associated timeline. So ongoing is the consultation with Elders Council, which is Dr. Elder Duke Redberg, Dr. Joanne Dallaire, Pauline Shirt, Clayton Shirt, and Dorothy Peters. And that in spring 2023, we have begun capacity building for teachers that will be teaching the class NBE 3U or NBE 3C in 2023-2024. As of September 2023, coming up, 55 schools across all 44 learning centers will be offering the NBE 3 course. In fall 2023, there will be an Indigenous Advisory Circle consisting of the author Tanya Talaga, Elder Pauline Shirt, Elder Dr. Duke Redberg, Tanya Sink, Dr. Susan Dion, Indigenous students, Indigenous staff. And that will be that it will work with elders, knowledge keepers, Indigenous authors, artists, and scholars to guide the process, to guide professional learning, and to reflect on the practices to best support all teachers in doing this. In spring 2024, we'll continue to build capacity for teachers that will begin teaching in the new school year 2024-25. 2024-25 will see the full implementation of all TDSB secondary schools during the 2024-2025 school year. By June 30th, 2025, all grade 11 students in that year will have completed NBE3 or NB3C. All NBE3 teachers engage professional learning and collaborative inquiry. So what that means is that every year, teachers that are teaching the NBE3 course do come to the Urban Indigenous Education Center over 4 days throughout the year and engage in a collaborative inquiry process so that they can think about curriculum, think about pedagogy, and think about assessment practices. Can we go to the next slide, please? Currently, NBE 3 and C, 3U and C, is offered in 27 schools. There's over 1,000 students enrolled in the courses, and then we have 35 teachers teaching the course. Next slide, please. And for the 2023-2024 school year, we will have 55 schools that offer NBE 3U and 3C. We have a list of about approximately 35 schools right now for sure that are going to be offering the courses, the NBE3 course. They come from the Bidabin Truth and Reconciliation Initiative schools, and that is a secondary school in each of the learning networks that has committed to doing work in truth and reconciliation with the SSIR at the Urban Indigenous Education Center. Other schools will be from ONSE, which is an Indigenous Student Wellbeing and Learning Initiative. And these schools are picked based on highest population of First Nation, Métis, Inuit students. Can we go to the next slide, please? And at the Urban Indigenous Education Center, we function under 7 canopies. And the way that the NBE3 course rollout and gradual implementation supports our canopies is first being student voice through OKKO OK Magazine, which is coursework for First Nation, Métis, Inuit courses, as well as student work samples that we'll look at in collaborative inquiry. Professional learning, as stated earlier, will happen 4 times a year for each teacher, collaborative inquiry cycles. Professional learning will also happen with school administrators to support them, to support their staff in engaging in this learning and this work. Community engagement, we're working with elders, knowledge keepers, community members. Our partnerships, we work with educational partnerships. And this year, we have started to grow our educational partner list so that we'll be able to support teachers in bringing in partners. Curriculum and programming, through summer writing programs and workshops that we do throughout the year, we continue to build programming that builds the capacity of teachers to enhance their practice through curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Research and innovation, we collect data through Google Forms, qualitative through journaling, and then truth, reconciliation, and governance. This guides the work that we did. Antino, may I pass it over to you to continue the presentation? Okay, I will continue. So resource implication, the NBE3 courses will be supported by the Indigenous Education Grant and the Board Action Plan for Indigenous Education. This funding is enveloped for Indigenous education, and this is used for the professional learning to support with text and resource purchasing in the classrooms, educational partners, and working with Indigenous authors, artists, elders, Métis senators, and knowledge keepers. Next slide, please. In affirming Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination, the Urban Indigenous Education Center, in collaboration with the TDSB Media Relations and Communications, will be guided by the Elders Council, the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee, and the Indigenous Advisory Circle. And then can we go to the last slide, please? And this aligns with the TDSB commitment to truth and reconciliation and the United Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as per June 2022. I would like to send my regrets on behalf of Tanya Thank, the System Superintendent of Indigenous Education. This evening, she was called upon to engage with a community engagement. And so the one last thing I will say is that this course provides opportunities for students to learn alongside and from First Nation, Métis, Inuit stories and writings. Indigenous stories are from Indigenous perspectives, and for a long time, First Nation, Métis, Inuit stories have not been allowed in schools, have been silenced, or not included. This aligns with truth and reconciliation by learning the truth from First Nation, Métis, Inuit folks, and part of that truth includes Indigenous brilliance, joy, and thrivance and creativity, and that this is a step forward for TDSB to engage in the work of reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Okay, first up we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. This is a wonderful report. It is wonderful to see that almost 50% of all our secondary schools will actually have this course in hand for the next school year, which actually supports our Combating Hate and Racism report, where one of the actions was that courses will be offered in 50% of secondary schools on not only Indigenous education, but also on Black Study courses and on the genocide course. So I'm very, obviously very supportive of this report. I really like the way that it's being phased in. I really like the way teachers are being given the opportunity to be comfortable with the work. I really like the way that we are being advised by the elders and others on the Urban Indigenous Center that there is student voice also.
Madam Chair, we are ready. Yes. We're back.
New arts focused central student interest programs at Westview Centennial Secondary School and Woburn Collegiate Institute. I am just going to ask staff who will be speaking to this item. We're just getting organized.
Through the chair, I'd like to turn over to System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker.
Thank you, Associate Director. Through the chair, part of the secondary program review and the long-term program accommodation strategy was a study to identify 2 new locations for secondary arts programs. To complete the study, we conducted 2 program reviews. This report presents the results of those 2 investigations. I'd like to begin by thanking the students, parents, staff, and trustees who participated in the reviews, provided their input, and dedicated their time. In particular, I would like to thank the 2 superintendents who chaired the reviews, Kurt McIntosh and Jackie Spence. This evening, I'm accompanied by several staff who are instrumental to completing the reviews to help answer questions. I'm accompanied by System Superintendent Diana Panagopoulos, Centrally Assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes, Planning Manager David Pulcher, Planning Manager Giovanna De Girolamo, and Planner Fatima Baba. The reviews began with staff scanning the system and creating a short list of secondary sites that could accommodate new arts programs by looking at enrollment, utilization rate, staffing, specialized facilities, geographic accessibility, and proximity to underserved communities. Westview Centennial Secondary School was identified as a preferred site to investigate more in the Northwest, and Woburn Collegiate Institute was identified for further investigation in the Northeast. A program area review team, or PART, was set up to explore each site in more detail. The parts involved trustees, superintendents, principals, parents, students, and central staff. Each part held 3 working meetings and a public meeting. The consultations indicated strong support for establishing arts programs at these 2 schools. The parts identified facility improvements, approximately $800,000 at each school, to be paid for from existing budgets such as school condition improvement and renewal. It is recommended that new arts-focused central student interest programs be established at Westview Centennial Secondary School and Woburn Collegiate Institute in accordance with the Student Interest Program Policy P100, and the new arts programs be phased in starting with grade 9 in September 2024. There would be 2 classes of grade 9 at each school, making the arts programs about 240 students by the time they were fully implemented. The enrollment will be monitored. Admissions could be increased over time based on the number of applicants and space availability. Over the next year, the program focus will be developed for each school following these principles, shifting from a Eurocentric arts program to one of inclusion and decolonization, strong inclusion of digital arts, involvement of community partnerships, building connections and pathways to entry in arts-related industries, and focus on student-generated content and the creative process. This concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Executive Officer Gowdy. First up, we have Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The demand in northeast of our city, it's fairly high. Is there any possibilities of starting with 3 cohorts instead of 2 cohorts in Woburn, or is that something that 2 cohorts is what's manageable based on the size of the school and the plan?
Through the chair, the modeling right now suggests that starting with 2 cohorts of grade 9 is the best way to begin. And if the grade 9 cohorts maintain a high retention, we anticipate that Woburn could be quite a full facility by the time the program has reached grade 12. But this is contingent upon a number of assumptions, like which schools do these students come from going into the arts program. If there's more students who are coming from Woburn itself, that might be just a shifting of students from the regular track to the arts track, and that might create more opportunity to increase the arts program because the building won't be as full. So as I said in my presentation, we'll be monitoring the enrollment and the admissions, and there could be a possibility of increasing the intake.
In terms of, through you, Madam Chair, in terms of arts program, one of the challenges we were dealing with, and we had some steps taken, was the diversity of student population going into program. The other part of the challenge is the diversity of the program that is offered in these spaces. And so as we start a new school with an arts program, it might be prudent to have mechanisms in place or some sort of early intervention or proactive step in place to make sure that we are going into a programming from a very diverse, either Afrocentric or non-Eurocentric models and so on. So is there some work being done to make sure that we start off with a bit of an intentional equity piece in terms of arts-based programming with this new 2 schools?
Through the chair, that is the case. That is the plan moving forward. So we have a year ahead of us for implementation and developing that program focus so that it's not Eurocentric is going to be one of the key things that staff will be working on.
In addition to it being, I'm assuming that because it's also a special interest program, quote unquote, it will be centrally administered in terms of admission. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes, that's the case.
Having local collaborations and partnerships, like for example, Scarborough Arts or UTSC, Scarborough campus of University of Toronto and others, kind of engaged in the process. Is that something that is also part of the plan, or would that be something later that would be explored in terms of?
Through the chair, that's work that can be explored over the next year. I'm going to see if System Superintendent Panagopoulos or essentially assigned Principal Fuentes would like to add.
Thank you. And through the chair, central staff are already working towards the partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really delighted that we have this option in being opened up in Scarborough, and looking forward to this program growing. And as we continue to support these programs, as many of us believe, the goal should be that more schools are able to offer them closer to the proximity of the students, and that will truly address the inequities that we are starting to solve through what we've been starting as the journey. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Shen. We have a growing speakers list. The next 3 speakers are Laskin, Didovidis, and Rajagulasingham.
Madam Chair, just building on what Vice Chair Shan has said, first of all, thank you for the report and thank you for anticipating what you will do this year in order to prepare for next year. And to the points that Trustee Shen made, it was great to see those identified right up front in the report, what you were going to be doing. But I guess again, further to his point, it's great that we're opening up the specialty school in the different areas of the city. But one of the goals, and I think there's been through a motion through the board, I think it was Trustee Lee, about building the local capacity. And again, so building on what Trustee Shan said, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, knowing the demand, and I don't know the area as well as obviously the local trustees do, but anticipating the demand as the question was asked, will we also be building local capacity over the next year? Because that really truly is the goal, to have excellent programs in all schools. And I know part and parcel is, right now, we can't really enact our secondary school review, but we can think about the capacity in the local schools, because not everybody is going to be able to go to one of these programs. So I'm just wondering, you, Madam Chair, are we also thinking about that at the same time, so we can kind of maybe ease the demand to leave your local school because programs will be available within a local school context? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you very much for the question. Through the chair, I believe in April or May, the Board of Trustees received a report on our arts programming. And within the selection of arts programming, staff identified ways in which they are reaching individual schools and groups of schools to build capacity. We also are very much looking forward to a day when we are able to provide additional staffing to schools in these areas to build local capacity at the elementary and middle school level, working to the secondary level so that all students have an opportunity to participate in the arts, to develop their love and interest as well as their skills in specific areas. So that is our short-term plan, knowing that we still have more work to do in order to ensure that every school across the system is able to offer strong arts-based programming on a regular basis to local students.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, just to follow up then, will there be an updated report sometime next school year, not only on this and to ensure we're ready to open these schools, but on what you mentioned in the last report, which I will look up. I had forgotten about that. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, yes, staff will work on it, and we do see that arts report, as well as many of the reports that you've seen at Program and School Services in the last number of months, as being annual reports that build on the previous year's work and feedback from the board.
Thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Didavides. Trustee Didavides.
Thank you, Chair. So I just have some comments. Of course, one of the schools is in my ward, and I first of all want to thank staff for the work they're doing and the process that they've undertaken to consult with the school community. I want to thank the students and teachers and the school admin for the work they've done as well. But very importantly, I want to thank the trustees from the previous term. We wouldn't be having a conversation about where we are now with the school out of Scarborough and a school out of the northwest of the city without the foresight of the folks that were there in the last term, and some of us are new. And being able to carry that equity focus to extend these type of programs into places that don't have them is, I think, a very intelligent, thoughtful process that will help to create a more equitable system. And I think it's important to respect that decision as we move forward. I'm very glad that the school that was chosen was in my district. It would have been very glad if there had been another school chosen in the northwest end of the city as well. Because the principle, what is being done here, I think is very important. And importantly, too, I'm seeing, to some of the previous comments and questions, the importance and the relevance the value that is being given to being able to produce an arts program that is culturally relevant to the school community at Westview. And I think that's really significant as well. I just want to highlight those things. I'm very excited about this. I probably must have talked to about, I don't know, 10 to 12 people the day I found out that, Westview was chosen for this program. And there are lots of people within the larger community that are very interested in participating and collaborating in this process as well. So again, thank you to everybody that participated in the process. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this develop further, and I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Trustee Rajagula Singham. Please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to really thank staff for this, and I'm so incredibly excited. This is fantastic news. As an artist that grew up in Scarborough, but also someone that has, prior to becoming a trustee, my work was in arts management. This is incredibly exciting. On the weekends, I get an opportunity to teach Tamil youth performing art, dance. And many times when I ask them why they don't pursue art in school and even after that, there's two concerns that always comes up. Many of the opportunities to the arts are outside of Scarborough. So even if you look at our local art service organization, Scarborough Arts, it's not as accessible as it's in like Scarborough Bluffs versus something that's more accessible to students in, Scarborough. And another reason is there's no success stories for them to look back to. A lot of artists move out of Scarborough because a lot of our opportunities are downtown, or they move out of the province to Vancouver or Montreal. So there's no success stories for them to kind of refer to and talk to their parents about why they want to pursue the arts. So this is an incredible opportunity to build local capacity, create opportunities, create local artists, have them be able to go to school and have an opportunity to take part in a performing art or a different type of art that is another way for them to kind of build their confidence. For the kids that aren't good at math or science, being able to do well in an art program is going to build that confidence. There's something so powerful for an artist to get up on stage and take ownership of that stage. They can really find their voice and build their confidence. And as someone that was not good at math and not good at science, my confidence came from being an artist. So I'm incredibly excited for the opportunities that this is going to create. And I think Woburn is a great site. I do have two questions. The first, when we first started talking about, I think it was the Central Interest Program, when it first came forward, there was mention of an arts task force. So would the arts task force go live to help with this, like kind of the delivering the programs, about sourcing the teachers, building the program, building engagement opportunities? How would that look? And would we be able to have that go live in time for this program?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will ask System Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to respond, please.
Thank you. The task force is an important next step, and we'll be looking at working with school staff, administrators, community partners, community organizations, as well as central staff to ensure that the programming is rigorous and exciting and culturally responsive. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. And I was really excited to see in the report that it was written into the report that we're not taking a Eurocentric view, but one that is more inclusive and decolonized. And I think that's really important, especially for the communities that are feeding into these schools. Another question I had is around parent engagement. Sometimes, I think nowadays are a bit better, but sometimes South Asian families, they're kind of focused on children going into certain fields, and the way they look at the arts may not be in the same lens. So I'm wondering if we're thinking of also having kind of parent engagement sessions before the program accepts admissions to kind of help parents learn about, why the arts are good. It's how it can really build confidence in students, how it helps with their mental health. because I think that way they'd be more open to, for some families that may not be as open, they would be open to those conversations. I also wanted to kind of flag that when we're ready to talk about opportunities and collaborations, there is an organization that's called Tamale Se Kalamandram, which is I believe, a not-for-profit organization that provides performing opportunities for artists in performing in music and dance and instrumental music. And they also host exams. So in every year, they host about 2,000 exams. I mean, they host about 2,000 students to sit in exams. And they do this at Woolburn on the weekends. So I think they have a great list of students in the area and parents and families. And I think they'd be a great group to kind of engage with to share news about this. So just wondering about what our plans are for parent engagement.
Thank you very much. I will ask System Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to respond, please.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. Parents are an important part of moving forward with these two programs and looking at not only including them as part of the open houses, of course, which has been traditional practice, but also, thank you, we'll think about different ways that we can work with parents to support their learning as well as their children's learning about the importance of arts and moving forward as also a choice with our secondary, but also that may be of interest to them post-secondary as well. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, staff, especially our planning team. It's really, it's great to see kind of them identify the gap and us addressing it with more sites. So thank you so much, and really excited to see this work go live.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Pay, followed by Trustee Arts, followed by Trustee McLean. Please go ahead, Trustee Pay.
I so happy to see that the board is really moving in the right direction in terms of improving the local accessibility to those wonderful arts programs, especially in those areas like Scarborough East and Northwest areas. There's tremendous need for those underprivileged kids to attend those wonderful programs to ensure not only their experience, also having to build their future careers. I really applaud this initiative wholeheartedly and fully support it. Through you, Madam Chair, may I ask a question to the Madam Director based on the deputation we heard early today regarding the 44 cuts of the art program, the music program at our board?
Thank you.
Because I don't want to say, we one hand we increase the program accessibility, but other hand we cut the accessibility in the local program. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, and if I do not, please redirect me. To the best of our knowledge, we have not reduced any music programs, so we would need more information, specific information, to better understand the delegation this evening.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, Madam Director. So is that possible you can provide a report to the board? Because I think it's, the parents certainly, said that there's 44. I don't know where that come from. Is I wasn't on the board, before November, so I don't really know the detail. But is it possible you can provide a report or any, confirmation regarding whether those cuts happened or not happened? If it happened, where it's happened? Who makes the decision to make the cut, and how come the board is not heard about this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we have not made any reduction in music programming in 2022 or 2023. To the best of my knowledge, no reductions in programming have even been debated since May of 2019. So I want to go on record as providing that clarification. elementary schools, middle schools, secondary schools make adjustments based on timetables on an annual basis, but there has not been a reduction to staffing. Staff will, however, go back and consult and see if we find any information, and we will confirm that in Trustees Weekly this week. But I do want to publicly say this board did not make any decisions to reduce music programming or arts programming in May or June of 2022, and staff have not made any decisions or proposed any changes to music or arts programming in terms of staffing in this budget consideration period.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, okay. Next up, we have Trustee Arts.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. Trustee Rajkul Singh asked most of my questions, actually. So I want to say thank you very much to staff. I know that a program area multiples in this case, is a big undertaking. It's a lot of work, and I'm appreciative of that. I am pleasantly surprised at how quickly this is coming together. Since the recommendations came forward for better geographical access last spring. And I'm, as ever, grateful for the years and years of work that have gone into getting to this point. And so thank you very much. So my question was around the Arts Task Force and when we would be able to see that, because I know a lot of the concerns with consistency and modernization of programming across our system was going to be addressed through both STEM and proposed STEM and Arts Task Force. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that work, and really hoping that it'll support also the ongoing work to have to support local programming at our schools, because I know that my local elementary and secondary schools have amazing music programming and always have strong math programming and great combinations of French programming and strong math programming. And I think finding ways to have to communicate that to parents so they understand and students to understand, the great things that are available at their own high schools is really important as well. So thank you very much.
I'd ask to pass the chair over to Vice Chair Shen so I can comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Chanaslin.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my thanks to staff for this item coming to fruition. We had a report in last month where we approved at board that was an update on the central interest student programs, and we learned two important things from the data that we have so far about the incoming class for next year. One was that interest was dramatically increased in these programs based on the changes that we've made to that. Over 3,000 more students had applied. Clearly there is strong interest, and this is in line with trying to meet that demand. So it certainly doesn't get everybody into the programs, but it is really important that we are providing more seats in these programs because we know we have students who really want to access. We also heard from a student tonight in a delegation who was really sad that she didn't get in. And so hopefully as more programs open up, we will have fewer disappointed students. And so this is also an answer to that. We also heard from the consultations that we did over the years from starting with the Equity Task Force, but also in the optional attendance review and this specialized program consultations, that equity of access, the locations of these programs, but also the content of these programs were barriers to access. And the report tonight on these programs deals with both of those concerns. So I really want to commend staff for listening to our communities, listening to our families, listening to our students about the barriers that we were putting in front of them, based in the content of our programs, based in the geography of our programs, and answering that interest as well, both of the barriers and the interest in this. So I'm really excited to be voting in favor for this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to you, Chancellor.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing any further trustees with questions. So with that, can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Vice Chair Shan and Trustee Pei. And we can open the vote on this.
Dawson's, and so I'm going to vote verbally so I can enthusiastically support.
You beat me to it. Trustee King was going to be very excited to vote in favor.
Singhal in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Enthusiastically in favor.
Yeah, Earhart enthusiastically in favor.
Dawson wholeheartedly in favor.
Artistically in favor.
Vice Chair Shan is artistically in favor. Let the record note. Trustee Patel, Trustee Rajagula Singham, how do you vote?
Trustee Patel in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Sriskandarajah, how do you vote?
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Hastings was in favor. Trustee Hassan, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Did we hear from Rajagula Singham? Okay. And that has enthusiastically carried. Up next, we have item number 7.3. This is the background to the future revision of procedure PR 598, pupil accommodation review. I'm going to ask the director to introduce this item, please.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the report before you this evening is a background to the future revision of a very important procedure, PR 598, pupil accommodation review. Over the past decade, the Board of Trustees have resolved to consolidate in whole or part 9 schools. York Memorial CI was perhaps the most complex and recent among the 9. However, each of these closures and consolidations have been complex and different. In reflecting on the history of these consolidations, we've taken the opportunity to examine best practices from across boards of education, ministry resources, TDSB's past practices over the last decade, and of course, the lessons learned. By amending this procedure, we will establish a process that adds rigor to our ongoing work to align the complexity of, to fulfill the complexity of the consolidations that will perhaps take place in 2024 and beyond. It will also allow us to integrate practices that demonstrate effective change management and ensure that there is adequate knowledge transfer between and among trustees and staff over time. An amended procedure would not only achieve the goals stated in the report, but also prepare the board and staff to implement the long-term pupil and program accommodation plan if the moratorium on school closures is lifted by the Government of Ontario. The development of this report has been led by Karen Faulkner, who has worked collaboratively with System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy, and many other staff, and drawing from her experiences as a superintendent who consolidated schools, and most recently in advising on York Memorial. The report will be presented this evening by Karen Faulkner. Thank you, Director, and through the chair. Not sure if I'm being heard. Thank you.
No.
Still not on? Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. Through the, it works. Thank you so much. No. Through the chair, not working. Thank you, and through the chair. I think you'll all recollect I have a pretty loud voice, so I'm hoping it now carries. Good evening, and thank you so much to Director Russell Rollins for that introduction. We have been hard at work this year, indeed, learning from the consolidation, and I want to recognize all of the staff's roles in addressing consolidations going into the future, but also to address learnings that we've had from the ministry. In 2015, they did a case study of it. We also looked into other boards of education across Ontario, most specifically Hamilton, Halton, and we have taken those learnings as well from our own consolidations, although they may not have been called that. I was pleased to see through the chair the presentation from TLC. Indeed, the work done at Kent School was the one that I was fortunate to lead as a superintendent. So there have been many learnings, both internally and externally. This report is to support the implementation of the Accommodation and Program Review Policy, PO 68, and is in compliance with the Ministry of Education's Pupil Accommodation Review Guidelines. And while there is currently a moratorium, there is some expectation that they are in the process of revising and are looking at some future timelines. So TDSB would like to be ready for that occurrence. As such, this report recommends that PR 598, the current procedure for pupil accommodation review, be amended to include a structured implementation process following a board resolution to close or consolidate a school. At present, TDSB's procedures do not include this phase, a phase that indeed can take 2 years or more. It is proposed to establish a core implementation team with a prescribed mandate and advisory role to make recommendations regarding all aspects of the transitions under superintendent leadership with the executive superintendent and prescribed membership. The board will, it is hoped, address TDSB's commitment to broad community engagement and accountability, communications, and best practices in serving students, staff, and the many stakeholders already acknowledged in PR 598's process leading to closure and consolidation. If you look on page 124 of the report, the purpose of the core implementation team will be to provide a platform for monitoring the progress of the consolidation, information sharing, and providing input, advice, and recommendations to the staff members on the team on organized and effective transitions of all students and families, retrofits of the consolidated schools, program considerations, health and safety, childcare where applicable, the selection, archiving, and consolidation of artifacts, the merging of school traditions, the occurrence of opening and closing ceremonies, student accommodation, and other issues arising as they impact immediate stakeholders. The superintendent chair and the executive superintendent will be responsible for ensuring that progress and challenges are flagged to the associate director and executive council, who will have the responsibility to determine next steps should concerns arise. The membership of the core implementation team, if you choose to follow the agenda, as per pages 124 and 125, will include the superintendent of education chair, the local trustee, or in cases where there is an overlap of boundaries, there may be multiple superintendents and multiple trustees who are local to the consolidation, a system superintendent whose portfolio includes this work so that there's consistency across the TDSB, up to 2 parents, guardians, and caregivers from each school named in the review, and the appointment of them having been agreed on by the school council in collaboration with the principal, cannot be TDSB staff or related to staff. 2 secondary school students, and yes, an acknowledgement that intermediate level students may also be involved through their principals, because we know student voice in the case of intermediate students might indeed be relevant to this process and to the transition. Principals from each of the schools named in this closure consolidation, teaching and non-teaching staff, planning lead, project lead facilities, as well as the facilities team leader for the area, the IT lead, and employee services senior lead. Others may participate as part of the support pool to the core implementation team, but not necessarily as members, and may include additional TDSB staff to provide information, analysis, and resource support, or any other support deemed necessary by the chair. It is expected, and has been the case in other boards, that working groups from the variety of departments across the board, purchasing, facilities, IT, reflected in the core implementation team, will be struck to implement the work determined by the staff members of the team. The superintendent chair's responsibilities, as listed on page 126, will advise the team on funding available, will also be there to ensure that staff, students, and school councils are provided with regular updates, for instance, school websites, newsletters, and the like, and that communications department is engaged in the overall communication plan. On an ending note, at least 2 public meetings posted in advance on the TDSB website, very much in keeping with what we already have prior to the resolution of the board on the TDSB website, will be held at the various schools involved in the closure consolidation prior to the reconfigured schools opening, to encourage that information sharing and community participation as transition processes are finalized and implemented. At the end of the first year of the consolidated merged schools, TDSB staff will present their final report of progress to the board. I hope this is a bit of a summary of the work that is entertained in this report. We are committed to an implementation of any closure or consolidation over a 2-year period, and it is expected that this core implementation team be struck within 40 days of the board resolution, so that the work can begin as quickly as possible to assure communities and students that we are focused, as well as staff, on the smoothest transition possible and the most successful of programming. Through you to the chair, we look forward to feedback. Thank you. And just before we take any questions that trustees may have, I would like to say that this process leading to the amendment of the procedure is really an important step to rebuild trust and invest in the kind of collaborative relationships that lead to public reporting and a pattern of communication that ensures that student success, well-being, equity, and safety is a shared responsibility across the organization and engages those most impacted, those in the school. So thank you very much to Special Advisor Karen Faulkner for her ongoing work, and we are prepared to take any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you. So far, we have 2 trustees with questions, so we'll start with Trustee Hassan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. As trustee for Ward 6, York Southwestern, and the merger that occurred at York Memo with George Harvey. I must say that this report does hit close to home. So I do have a few questions. First and foremost, I just want to know who was consulted on while doing this report, specifically stakeholders that were directly involved in the situation at York Memo, because I want this to be clear that although you did mention that this is for the last 9 mergers and acquisitions, it's really coming about because of what happened at York Memo this year and all the chaos, distress, and agony that surmounted from that acquisition, including several human rights violations that have all been well documented. So I want to know why nobody was there was no consultation with immediate staff, including Executive Superintendent Uton Robinson, Kwame Lennon, Ronnie Felsen, and myself, the trustee who represents the community. And going further and beyond that, why was the community not involved? Why was there not any discussion with community when it comes to creating reports like this? So those are just a few questions, and I do have a few more after that.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will begin, and then I will welcome Karen Faulkner to add any information that she would like to in response to the questions. Trustee has asked questions about who was consulted. This was a compilation of the information from other boards, from our historical consultations, and honestly, the myriad of feedback that we have received in this boardroom through oral and written deputations, as well as the work that Karen Faulkner was involved in at York Memorial for several months on an ongoing basis, where Karen, as well as other staff that were mentioned, were involved in conversations with students, staff, and community members. So that experience was certainly used to inform what you see before you here today. We did not strike a specific committee in order to revisit the feedback, but certainly drew on the myriad of opportunities that staff have had while the consolidation was happening this year to inform what you see before you in this report.
And through the chair, sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would like to thank Director Russell Rollins' acknowledgement of the time spent with the stakeholders, with the staff, as Trustee Hassan, who was present with me when we were at the school council meeting, was aware. They were very compelling in their presentation of how they felt unheard. That has certainly been taken into account in the writing of this report. In a presentation to Executive Council and to Principal Drummond, as well as Superintendent Felsen, the proposal was gone through prior to having been put in to the agenda. And because of the procedural nature of it and its compliance with an existing procedure, PR 598, which is meant to support the policy that is decided by the board, we were trying to deal with a timeline so that by the end of the year, we were able to report out on how future consolidations would be conducted.
Through the chair, we've had endless nights where staff met with school council, and during my first ward forum, where parents who attended expressed their indignation to the merger and acquisition of York Memo. And one of the biggest hurdles, one of the biggest things that we kept hearing consistently was the lack of community engagement. In fact, when the community was engaged and they said they did not want this merger to happen, it still did anyways. What does this new plan coming forward that you have presented tonight, how is that going to be expressed? How are you going to mitigate that risk from happening again in the future. And also those meetings that we did have with parents was mostly them expressing their anger about what's happening at York Memo. None of it was about this report being brought forward. So that was what my initial question was. How come the community wasn't consulted again about the future revision of pupil accommodation reviews?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to clarify that this proposed background, or the background before you this evening, does not influence the policy on pupil accommodation reviews. In fact, it is a reflection of what we have heard and the past consolidations, as well as ministry documentation about what happens after the board has made a decision. I would welcome System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy to speak more to the difference between the policy and the procedure in response to the question posed.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. The process to consolidate or close schools follows a set of ministry guidelines called Pupil Accommodation Review. And all school boards in Ontario had to create policies that complied with this very specific set of ministry guidelines. And that's what we've done. We have a policy P068 called Accommodation Program Review. And one section within this policy describes how one would conduct the pupil accommodation review to explore options for closing and consolidating schools. The outcome of completing a pupil accommodation review is a recommendation to the Board of Trustees about closing or consolidating schools. And the trustees make the decision to close or consolidate schools. But that process, the pupil accommodation review that's embedded in that policy that I just described, is following a very specific set of guidelines that the ministry have issued called Pupil Accommodation Review Guidelines. We have a procedure, PR 598, that Karen Faulkner has just described. This puts the detail to the policy. How does one close or consolidate a school? How does one conduct the consultation? How does one put together a committee? What are the public meetings that are required? What's the requirement to start the process, like an initial staff report? What's the requirement to end the process, like a final staff report? All of those steps are described within the procedure, PR 598, Pupil Accommodation Review. But what we're talking about tonight is not really how to conduct the Pupil Accommodation Review to explore the options for closing and consolidating schools and reporting to the board. What we're talking about tonight is the final piece. It's after the board has made that decision to close or consolidate a school. What then happens to make that closure or consolidation successful? What are the implementation steps that need to follow through? So that's what this report is laying the groundwork for. It's after the board has made the decision that schools will consolidate. It describes how implementation is going to happen, and this is quite a structured process. It defines specifically who needs to be part of a committee. It defines how that committee is going to report out to the board as well as to the community. It describes community meetings that are going to occur. But this isn't about revisiting the idea to close or consolidate the schools. That decision has already been made. This is all about focusing on implementation. What are the actions that have to occur to make that consolidation successful? What are the facility improvements? What are the meetings that have to happen to bring student and staff bodies together? How does one commemorate the legacies of the two schools that consolidate? Those are all implementation decisions, and they're all going to be addressed in this new section of the procedure, PR 598, that's going to be focused on implementation.
No, through the chair, I totally understand that this is about implementation. But the last time when York Memo, when the merger occurred, you guys had an implementation plan that already existed, but it wasn't followed. So just because you're changing the implementation plan now, how do we guarantee it's going to be followed next time? What instruments, what mechanisms are being put in place that can guarantee it will be followed? Because you guys had one before, and if it had been followed, we wouldn't have been in that situation we were in. So you guys are just changing it around and saying that it's a new implementation, but how do we know it's going to happen? Because the last one didn't happen. Whether it was managing facilities, whether it was staffing, there was so many points in that implementation transition plan that was not followed. So just changing it now, how do we know anything new is going to happen? And once again, why isn't community not being consulted on it? Maybe we should sit down with community and ask them what they think about the implementation plan. Maybe we should sit down with Executive Superintendent Uton Robinson, Kwame Lennon, Ronnie Felsen, people who are involved in this, myself, who represents the community of York Southwestern, who had to go through all those stressful nights where parents are crying. I was in the office with Ms. Falconer one day when a parent came and crying to us saying she wants her kid removed, all because of results of the lack of a feasible implementation plan. And now you're telling me that you guys are reviewing that implementation plan, but how do we know it's going to even be followed? How come the community not be consulted? When I go back to York Southwesterners and I tell them that this is what came about from a retired TDSB staff member and not from somebody who's on the front lines dealing with York Memo and acquisitions on a day-to-day basis, how are they going to
Excuse
feel
me,
about that?
Trustee Hassan, I would ask that you please be respectful to the staff who've worked on this. Thank you.
When was I disrespectful? Did I say anything disrespectful?
I would point to the insinuating that because someone is retired and came back, that they aren't capable of doing this work.
But that's exactly what's happened. I never said they're incapable of work. I'm just telling you what it is. Someone who's retired is dictating the future policies of our school board.
Pardon me, Trustee Hassan, that was a former director of the TDSB.
I understand that, but what's your point? The community is still not being consulted.
Pardon me.
Community
Trustee
is not
Hassan, I
being
would just
consulted.
remind you of our code of conduct and just ask you to express your concerns in a respectful way, please. Thank you.
There's nothing that I said
Madam
that
Chair,
has been respectful. I'm just
I
telling
think
you the facts that are being
can we
presented as
just
part of the-
allow
Hey.
Trustee Hassan to finish? You know, I think
Hey,
is
you're interrupting. So if you have a
Order,
point
Madam
of
Chair.
order that you wish to claim.
yes,
that's-
point of order, Madam Chair. I do not agree with you. I think Trustee Hassan have every right to speak on behalf of his community. I'm sorry.
Trustee Pei, are you challenging the chair?
Yes, I am.
Through the chair, I never said anything disrespectful. I just said what was written in this report and the exact occurrence that's happening in this situation. There's nothing that I said that's not true. I'm just telling you what's happening, and I'm just asking questions. I don't understand where the disrespect is.
Trustee Hassan, my concern was that you were questioning the integrity of the staff member.
I never said anything about integrity. What I'm
Point of
saying
order,
is,
Madam Chair, I do not agree with you.
you're putting words in my mouth. This is
Hassan
all
really
recorded.
just
Why are
to
you
try to
saying that?
talk to staff
Madam Chair.
about the situation. I don't think he never been ever be disrespectful to the staff.
Point of order, Madam Chair. This is Trustee Patel.
What's your point of order, Trustee Patel?
Madam Chair, I mean, a trustee is raising a concern and he has been stopped. There's no way he said or he, said anything against anybody who has made this report. He's raising a genuine concerns and he has been stopped to talk about it. Yeah, his voice might be a bit heavy and hard. He might be frustrated, but the thing is, he's raising a very genuine concern about communication, stakeholders, engagement, Madam Chair. It's a very important point where we're moving in. When we merged these two schools last time, we all know what happened afterwards. So I really request you, Madam Chair, to let Trustee Hassan speak. It's very important. It's very important school for us. We've been in the front page of newspapers, Madam Chair. Please let him speak because he's the trustee of the area. He knows in and out what has happened there, what consultation has happened, Madam Chair. So I request you to please let him speak.
Trustee Patel, I am happy to have Trustee Hassan speak. My mere comment was to be respectful in tone. That's all. Please go ahead, Trustee Hassan.
Yes,
I believe your 5 minutes is up, though. So can we add you back to the list?
Sorry?
I believe your 5 minutes was up. Is it possible to add you back to the list?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pei will add you to the list.
Please add me to the list, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin. Oh, so I'm sorry, Director Rollins, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if we could respond to the questions posed, please.
Absolutely, please go ahead.
I will ask Karen Faulkner to begin, and then I have some thoughts I'd like to add as well.
Thank you, and through the chair, I would point out that the strict recommendations in this proposal to amend the procedure would preclude the events from having happened. The board did indeed move a resolution when I was here as interim director for a transition plan. Because of a number of challenges, these did not occur. They could not have not occurred without the appropriate support being offered immediately under this amendment to the procedure. The requirement for public meetings, the requirement for reporting out from the core implementation team meetings on a monthly basis, the requirement for executive council to direct budgetary considerations and implementation considerations on a timely basis were not in place as a part of our procedure attached to the pupil accommodation review. This process is in fact intended to address all of those issues that were raised very compellingly by the community of York Memorial.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faulkner. I understand the trustee's frustration. As this procedure, this background was developed, York Memo certainly was front and center, and the documents provided, as well as the delegations, as well as conversations that happened at the school throughout this past fall were considered. Karen Faulkner has listed many aspects of what you have in front of you today that reflect feedback from the York Memorial community, staff, what we heard from students, and parents as well. But it also reflects learnings from the consolidation of Spindell and David and Mary Thompson, and other schools that have come together in whole or in part. In fact, the reporting to the board, as well as the public reporting, and the number of stakeholders who are part of the core implementation team create the opportunity for transparency, public accountability, the engagement of parents and community. And if that had happened, that we would not have experienced the challenges that we are also familiar with and that the trustee has had to live through in the first part of his term. So we understand the frustration around not specifically consulting with the York Memorial community. I would say we went beyond to look at other ways in which consolidations have happened, both in TDSB and outside of TDSB, in order to bring to the board the most effective process with appropriate safeguards in place to avoid the serious issues that we've experienced.
Okay, thank you, Director. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin, then we have Trustee Pei, then we have Trustee Patel, Trustee Hassan, and Trustee Rajikulasingham.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm very glad to see this here. And I'm very glad that you brought the procedure here for us in PPC as opposed to just bringing us a revised procedure through GPC. So we're all around the table to hear this because as we all know, procedures are the responsibility of staff. They are not consulted with. You don't go out to community consultation on procedures. In fact, trustees don't even approve procedures. But it is here before us for all of us to read how the procedure will be amended so that going forward, no matter what the consolidations are, no matter where they take place across the city, there must be a process to follow. And that is the difference with a distinction between what happened with York Memorial and George Harvey and what will happen in the future. And I really appreciate that, because a lot of us were under the impression when those two were consolidated that there would be an implementation plan. But in no way, shape, or form was it laid out as this procedure is laid out, with the exact details of who would be involved, with the exact details of what the responsibilities would be, the reporting and the communication, the involvement of staff, parents, and students of the affected communities. And I am very pleased to see this for all future. And I am very sorry that this wasn't in place for the York Memorial George Harvey, because as the director has clearly stated, and so has former Director Faulkner, that if it had been in place, there would still have been issues. There is no question. In my experience at this board, whenever there's a consolidation, many in the community raise their voice against it. There is that will always happen, and that's part of the other process from policy. But I am very pleased to see this procedure in front of us. In fact, what it's triggered for me is it would be really good to have the same kind of procedure for a program change in a school. When a school becomes a K, if it's K to 5 or K to 6 and goes to K to 8, currently there is no standard in the procedure of how that is managed. And I have been through a few of those, and each time it feels like we reinvent the wheel. What's going to happen to the library? What about childcare? What about extracurricular? What about facilities? So I think the more we can put things down on paper as part of the procedure, the more it can be standardized, so there's an expectation within the community of what will happen, the better it will be for our accountability, so people can hold us to account for what it says on paper. So through you, Madam Chair, I am interested in staff, if in fact they are thinking of doing more amendments to the procedures when it comes to program expansion or things that will happen in different parts of the city at different times. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm asking.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would invite System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy to offer any thoughts that he may have in response to the question.
Thank you, Director. And through the chair, thank you, Trustee Laskin, for sharing your thoughts. And I think we'll make note of them. As you know, we're involved in implementing several board decisions, like the relocation of Hodgson into Vaughan Road. And, hopefully next week we'll be approving the start of the 2 new art schools at Westview Centennial and Woburn. And implementation teams are going to be required as part of all those processes. So I think we need to put our thoughts to what procedures do we currently have, and where would enhancement go to bring more attention and detail to implementation. So I think this is work that lies before us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I won't take long because I know my clock didn't start and I had spoken for at least a couple of minutes. But I am interested. For me, this seems incredibly comprehensive. And this is our opportunity to review the procedure and suggest if we think things were missing. So I am interested, very much interested, in Trustee Hassan, having read through this report, if he thinks there are parts missing in terms of who would be involved in the committee, or what their tasks would be, what the reporting back would be, the communication back, because I think his insight, having been involved, would be, I think we would all benefit from understanding if he feels there is anything missing within this procedure. So I'm looking forward to when he speaks again, if he might share with us if there are any concerns lying within this procedure from his perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly, overwhelmingly support Trustee Hassan to speak up on behalf of his community regarding proper community consultation should be applied before we approve any policy. Just like I said in another day regarding the lottery system, I didn't think that's enough consultation being done before we even approve that policy. So I certainly echo Trustee Haban's concern that this policy should really not be approved before proper community consultation been really conducted. I think a community voice is so important, especially for safety. We all know what happened to York Memo. We watch the TV, on the agenda. There's one grade 12 girl, I remember she said, every day going to school is agony because I'm scared. I really want to go to school study, but I'm scared. When I'm walking in the hallway, I don't have the guts to look at people's eyes because I worry about there's going to be a fight inside it. When I heard that little girl's speech, I'm so heartbroken. When I read the Star articles, when the students saying that I'm scared to death to go to school, I'm just speechless. What kind of environment we're providing to the student, to the parents, to make sure when the parents send their student to the school, they feel safe. I've been advocating for the school safety since I was trustee. Let's not forget, we have 3 murders in the last 2 years on campus. Why that happen? Why we have a York Memo, the chaos? We cannot just brush aside. Okay, we have the policy, we review the policy, we have another new policy. Policy doesn't solve the problem. People solve the problem. People who implement the policy really solve the problem. So I think Trustee Hassan really have a point. He asked for implementation. He asked for proper consultation from community. We're public trustees. We have to hear the parents and student voices. We can't just ignore them because we need to center our interest on the parents and students. So I want to state one more time, I wholeheartedly, overwhelmingly support Trustee Hassan to speak up for his community. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's sad to hear comments, Madam Chair, sometimes that we have to follow procedures and consultation is not needed because we have to follow procedures. I really don't understand that we say something and we do something. When this report was presented, it was said that there was a community consultation. Stakeholders were consulted. And on the other end, we are saying that when we are implementing procedure, we do not have to. We do not have to. Madam Chair, we all know this. Community consultation is very important. TDSB communication has failed over the years. We are very poor in communication. York Memo, George Harvey, we all know what has happened there, what reports were presented to the old trustees, and what went wrong. We are trying to do something good, and we are trying to make it correct. I heard from the report presenter that we did consulted some stakeholders. I would really like to know who are those stakeholders. Can I get that answer, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to clarify that this is not a policy revision. Therefore, there was no broad-scale community consultation as is described in our policy that guides policy development and review. This is a procedure that outlines step by step what staff responsibilities are, working with other staff, parents, and students to effect a successful consolidation. While community meetings were not held to inform what you have in front of you today, it reflects feedback that was documented and presented to this board, as well as local community meetings at the school. And I know, because we all have heavy hearts, particularly those directly impacted by what happened this fall at York Memorial, that is foremost in our minds. But we also have 8 other consolidations on which we can draw in order to inform what you have in front of you this evening. Ms. Faulkner, would you like to add any more with regards to consultation?
Thank you. And through the chair, I would just acknowledge that I have indeed spent a lot of time with the people at the school, and I have been privy to considerable information. I also know what we intended as a board for implementation, and I completely concur that it did not take place as intended. This proposed procedure is to address that very fact, because when that decision was made and the resolution published, the intention was that the transitions would occur that were very specific. That could not occur under this new procedure because the reporting out would be through the stakeholders, would be through the students and the parents and the staff, advising and reporting out to this board and reporting through to the different departments responsible for implementing the change. If something were to go wrong, the immediacy with which it is expected to be dealt with is recorded in the procedure. We did not have the benefit of that when the trustees made the decision as a board regarding the implementation plan. This is meant to address that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in listening to Trustee Hassan. And if I have to come back on the list, I'll definitely let you guys know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will add you back on the list, Trustee Patel. Next up, so what we've done, and I trust that this is okay with trustees who have spoken once already, we've started sort of a second list, but we'd like to get to everybody who hasn't spoken first. So we're going to move to Trustee Rajakulasingam. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair. I want to thank staff for their work on such an incredible revision or reflection on what's to come for the pupil accommodation review. When I think of pupil accommodation reviews and boundary changes, I just think of the impact it has on the local school community. I know System Officer Gowdy is tired of hearing the number of times I've asked him how we're doing consultation or also updating families when boundary changes come about, because I had one a few years ago and I know how tough it was on my local community and they felt that they weren't consulted or informed earlier. So I hear Trustee Hassan's frustration And I interpret that frustration as, a community leader that's really hearing a lot from his local community and just being the voice for them. And I just want to probe a little further on one of his questions that he asked. So when it comes to implementation, and I know we may not be there yet on what the revisions are going to be of the review, but what I'm wondering is, what type of accountability measures are we setting up? Because I'm reflecting on when we first reviewed and when we first received and approved the consolidation of George Harvey and York memo, we were thinking of it as one way, but we saw the result as completely the opposite. So how are we going to set up accountability markers to see if when we are seeing something unfold in front of us, if we're able to, what are the markers to set up to measure our success or failures before it explodes? So what happened before it explodes, as we saw with York memo? So are we at a place where we're able to kind of predict or think of what accountability measures may look like?
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question. In the report, it actually references what will take place if the core implementation team members, and I speak to the community members as well, do not feel that the implementation is going as planned, be it in the format of the amount of money required, be it in the staffing process, be it in the retrofits that happen. It is the expectation, and it is actually specifically mentioned in the report, that the superintendent chair, in conjunction with the executive superintendent, will immediately flag it to the associate director, and within the week, executive council meets weekly. Executive council is comprised of the director, the associate directors, and the executive officers of the board. They will be updated within the week of this being flagged, and then the report and the update to board will take place. So there are regular updates to board, which would explain the accountability, but there are also updates that go through executive council. Adjustments in funding, an acknowledgement that things are not going as planned, extending the timeline for the consolidation are addressed in this report and should be addressed in terms of accountability measures in the final revision or amendment to the procedure.
Thank you, and if I may add, there's a project plan with timelines and actions.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I think it was incredibly important for public to hear that as well. And for those interested in learning more, just looking at the list of the membership of the core implementation team, there's a lot of voices that are reflected there as well. Really what I'm just thinking about is that we want our policies and procedures to be thorough, because trustees, we come and go, but I think it's the local community will be there, and they're the ones that will face the impact, good or bad, of our decisions. So I think it's important that we have those accountability markers. And I want to thank staff for this conversation, and also for our colleagues for their input. And I think even though we're not just reflecting on York memo, having that example to reflect on, I think, is incredibly important. So I also want to thank all the stakeholders that were involved and brought forward their feedback as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rajikulasingham. Up next, we have Trustee McLean, followed by Hassan, followed by Patel.
I'm very excited about this secondary school reform and the opportunity that it creates. When the moratorium is lifted, there will be a great opportunity for us to make what I think is, profound enhancements to our ability to deliver choice to our secondary school students. But to do that, we're going to have to amalgamate. The whole point of the exercise is to amalgamate schools. Our experience at Memo is going to make what is always, as Trustee Laskin shared, is always a tricky exercise, always met with some resistance, always met with community hanging on to the legacies of their heritage and concerned that that will be lost and somehow over time that won't have value. That we are going to, given the experience at Memo, it's going to be incredibly important out of the gate that we get the first couple of these right. And, you know, we have created an extra hurdle in essence because implementation did not take place as intended. And I think that's, there's no denying that's accurate. And there were ramifications of that which the York Memorial George Harvey community experienced. And I feel bad for that. I think it was a real challenge for everybody involved. But that being said, how we do this going forward is incredibly important. And the report tonight provides, like the whole thing, when you make a mistake, and I think, you know, it didn't go well. I think mistakes were made. The most important thing is to learn from them so that we don't make them again. And I think this incredibly detailed report puts procedures in place that ensures that those mistakes won't be repeated, that we can do it better the next time. Because the first two schools that are going to be up are going to be, you know, really apprehensive about how well it is we can do this. And this report and these new procedures will be extremely helpful, I think, in that process. We're going to have to execute that plan well and gain back some of the faith that the community will have with us. But I think this is a really positive step in the right direction. We've learned, we've listened, and we've moved forward. Or at least, and that's how I perceive this report. So I'm grateful that we're moving forward. I was really excited about the, amongst other things, but the 1 year post report where we learned, you know, how it all went. And because it's one thing to have a plan, even when it's a great plan, you've talked to an abundance of people, and then it's really helpful to, after the fact, you know, did it go as we planned? Were there experiences that we didn't perceive, and, you know, can we continue to adapt? So to that end, I'd like to ask staff whether, because I gather it wasn't in our previous procedures, but will the board be getting a 1 year report after, on the basis of the York Memorial George Harvey amalgamation, that we can use as a learning tool to continue to move forward and continue to adapt?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, much of those learnings have been integrated into the report that you have before you this evening. Staff would have to reflect on what might go into that 1 year report, given that there wasn't a project plan in the same way that it's conceived of in this particular report in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Trustee Hassan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So just through the chair, just a few points. I've heard a few times that local community meetings were used in this report. And by those meetings, they are referring to the school council meetings and the ward forum I had at York Memo. And those are not reflective of this report. just because those were to address the chaos that was going on at the time at York Memo. And obviously at that time, there was no review of this policy. So that's one thing. It was also brought up that research was used from Hamilton and Halton. I just want to know a little bit more of that situation and how that relates to our school system here, and the situation at York Memo. And once again, I haven't heard an answer for the implementation plan. The last transition plan wasn't fulfilled by staff. So how do we prevent future negligence on that matter? And Trustee Laskin brought up that procedures, there is no community consultation. This isn't a procedure, this is a review. So when we are reviewing any procedure or policy, I don't see why we can't consult with community. If that is against our policy, why wasn't I brought to the table, who represents the community, who sits on the board for York Southwestern? Why wasn't the superintendents involved? So those are some questions I have. I don't think they were adequately answered. So I would love to hear from staff about that.
Thank you for the opportunity, and through the chair, because of my particular involvement with the school, with Executive Superintendent Robinson, with Superintendent Felsen, I was able to bring a lot of the learnings from those events and conversations into the procedure amendments that you see before you right now. We know that the accountability level was not sufficient to stop the events from occurring in September, October, and November. However, we were able to work together solidly as a team in order to improve the school climate at York Memorial, and we were able to do it effectively enough so that students in focus groups, many focus groups that covered the entire school, as well as a school survey that went out to all the students, were able to respond and suggest on how to improve things, which are included in this procedure, as well as what is now working, and what we need to keep working on. I know that Superintendent Felsen is currently on and has been in the school very often in order to monitor the progress of that and be able to report back to Executive Superintendent Robinson as well as myself on how things are going in the school at the current time. So it has helped to inform our understanding of parent feelings. We also had a survey sent out to the parents, and we received their responses and their I'll say a more positive outlook after a very disturbing first few months. So through the chair, I acknowledge completely that the information certainly suggested there was considerable trauma, but I also acknowledge that the feedback we received indicated and still indicates that we are on a trajectory that would suggest the transition planning is much more effective now.
Through the chair, if I may ask Associate Director Zucker to speak to why we did reach out to the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board to seek their advice and practices with regards to consolidations.
Thank you, and through the chair. So as trustees will recall, I did come from Hamilton, and I was an associate director there for 7 years. During that time, the board went through 14 different transitions and had 14 different transition committees. So those were the consolidations that happened as a result of school closures. There was a lot of work done before the first one to be able to set up those transition committees. And it's never an easy process to go through for all involved. So it was important to be very open and transparent with regards to not only the process that was going to happen through the transition committee, but also the reporting back. So just having been through that so many times, and then seeing some of the differences between what I had been used to in Hamilton versus especially what had happened at York Memorial, it was just an opportunity to provide a resource to reach out to help to bring some of that transparency and accountability to our practices.
Thank you. And lastly, I would like to ensure that the board is aware that this draft report, before it was published, was brought to Executive Council. So many of the individuals who have been named as not having been directly consulted did have opportunities to participate in adding or revising content.
Through the chair, can you tell me more about that the survey that you said was that York memo received?
Through the chair, indeed we can. And may I ask Director Russell Rollins if it's possible to ask Superintendent Felsen to respond to that, as he was very much involved in both the debriefing of the student and the parent surveys. Superintendent Felsen?
Good evening, and through the chair, yes, we did do a number of different surveys with students in before the semester change, and we were able to work with students and staff on the findings of that survey. And then there was a parent survey that was conducted by one of our with support of our community support workers. And we received the results of that survey shortly into the beginning of the second semester.
How many parents and students filled out these surveys?
Through the chair, I would have to go back and get the specific numbers. I do think that we had, I believe it was about 60 to 65% of the students that completed the survey. We had a smaller number of parents complete the survey. Partly because once the survey was given, things were on a positive trajectory, and feedback there was not much in terms of parent participation in the survey. But I can get you those numbers, Trustee Hassan.
Okay, and my another question is, through the chair, did this survey have any questions about how a future pupil accommodation should be done?
Through the chair, no, it did not.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Patel has asked to be removed from the list. So at this point, we don't have any further questions that I can see from trustees. So we will open the vote. Oh, can I have a mover and a seconder for that this be received? Trustee Nunziata and Trustee McLean, we can open the vote.
Trustee Hassan, absolutely not in favor.
Trustee Bay, not in favor.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Johnson in favor. Trustee Patel, could you speak again?
Trustee Patel against.
Thank you. Shan is in favor. Trustee King, Trustee Dawson, how do you vote?
Trustee King in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson?
In favor.
Trustee Rajwani?
In favor.
And that has carried. Moving on to item number 7.4, amendments to the Special Education Plan 2023-2024. And I will pass this over to the director to introduce the item.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Associate Director Louise Zarisko will present this report.
Thank you, and through the chair, it is our pleasure, trustees, to be showcasing the changes to the special education plan for next year. It is staff's duty to be consulting with the Special Education Advisory Committee, and we have done that through the leadership of Superintendent Nandy Palmer and a working group made up of members of the Special Education Advisory Committee. To be looking at the special education plan. The special education plan is a very rich document that resides on our website, and it is built based on standards from the Ministry of Education, and it is then our duty to be bringing the changes to the board for approval, and then it is submitted to the ministry. Superintendent Nandy Palmer is going to walk us through a PowerPoint outlining the changes for next year. Thank you, Nandy.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The slides for the presentation can be found in Appendix B of the agenda. As Associate Director Zarisko stated, we are required, in accordance with Regulation 306 and a ministry document called the Standards for School Board Special Education Plans, to not only maintain a special education plan as a school board, but to review it annually, to amend it, and to submit any amendments to the minister for review. In order for that to happen, we do need to have the amendments approved by the Board of Trustees. This is why we're here tonight. I won't go through in detail all of the slides, but I do want to highlight some specific areas. And the purpose of a school board special education plan is to provide the public as well as staff with information about special education programs and services that are provided by the TDSB in accordance with legislation and ministry policy on special education. We are told specifically what information we need to include, and some of those components might be information around accessibility, around transportation, and so forth. In terms of gathering feedback, our current special education plan does have a link where anyone can go and provide feedback to staff and to SEAC on several components and various components of the special education plan. We also receive feedback through conversations that are informal and formal with school and department staff, from SEAC members, from community groups, as well as advocacy groups, and directly from parents, guardians, and caregivers. Parents, guardians, and caregivers and community members can also give input to the plan by contacting their school principal, contacting any member of SEAC as well, and contacting their school council co-chairs or as a member of school council. SEAC, as Associate Director Zarisko mentioned, does have a role to play. SEAC is required to give recommendations for TDSB staff to take under advisement around two components: the budget, TDSB budget, as it impacts special education, as well as TDSB's special education plan. And the way that the TDSB SEAC has historically provided feedback into the special education plan has been through activating a special education work group. And we have had that group this year. So the remainder of the slides outline some of the amendments that we have made. And again, these recommendations were brought forth to staff not only by the SEAC work group and SEAC members, but all the other stakeholders, as I alluded to earlier. So the next step in the process is by July 31st of this year, and this is the case for each year, staff will submit the TDSB special education plan to the ministry, and with the plan is also submitted a letter from the director confirming that our special education plan is in compliance with the requirements of Regulation 306, as well as the ministry policy document standards for school boards special education plans, which outline what needs to be in a special education plan. We also need to include a copy of the board's motion of approval to the amendments of the plan in this case, including the date of approval, and any related motions or recommendations from SEAC, which we have not had this year. And that is the end of the report, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Palmer. We've got Trustee Laskin on the list so far.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and I might have missed it. When will the plan be approved and the revised plan posted on our website and shared? And will there be a communication plan around that? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Through the Chair, Associate Director Sarisco or System Superintendent Palmer.
Through you, please, Nandi, go ahead.
Thank you. So it is by July 31st. So we do the amendments. We also do formatting and things like that. So that is the time that's used to finalize the special education plan. The amendments were already brought to SEAC as information, and it is now being brought to trustees and will go to board, I believe, is the next step. And we will be posting this the same day as we submit it to the ministry, which is July 31st. We also actively communicate out with SEAC the same day that we post it on the website, and as well as with staff during the first last week of August or the first week of school as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much. And through the chair, I'm just reconfirming what I see on the last slide, that SEAC had no related motions or recommendations this year related to these changes. Did I understand that correctly?
Sorry, motions.
Motions.
Okay. Yes, motions. They had recommendations. That's why we have amendments. Some of the amendments are based on recommendations made by SEAC. Some are based on recommendations made by could be staff, could be parents, could be advocacy groups or parent groups as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so can I have a mover and a seconder for this report, please? Trustee Rajwani, Vice Chair Shan, and we will open the vote. Trustee Cherneslin in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Sriskandarajah, how do you vote? Trustee Hassan and Trustee King? I've already said her name. Trustee Hassan, are you there? Trustee Sriskandarajah, are you there? And Trustee King, are you there?
Trustee King's here. I have voted in favor.
Okay, thank you. I think we can mark Hassan and Sriskandarajah then as absent. And that has carried, thank you. Moving on to item number 7.5. This is 529 Vaughan Road Building, Community Planning and Partnerships Lease Agreement with Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization. To our director to introduce this item, please.
Thank you. I would invite System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy to introduce the report.
Thank you, Director. Through the chair. The report before you recommends the lease of 3 rooms at the 529 Vaughan Road building to a community group called the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization. We've been working with this group for a number of years to find appropriate rooms to lease to them at this site. This report speaks to a new opportunity that has come available. Vaughan Road building will be used as the holding location for Hodgson Middle School during the construction of a major addition and deep retrofit at the current Hodgson site. Hodgson Middle School will move into the Vaughan Road building this summer and be there for 2 years. Hodgson Middle School will not be using all of the rooms in the Vaughan Road building. There are 3 kindergarten rooms on the ground floor that will be vacant. The Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization is interested in leasing these rooms because of their accessibility being located on the ground floor. These rooms are self-contained in a wing that Hodgson students will not be using. The wing is separated by interior doors from the rest of the building, and this wing has its own dedicated exterior entrance that will not be used by Hodgson students. The Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization would like to use these 3 rooms for delivering programs in partnership with 2 other groups, the RENA Foundation and the Learning Enrichment Foundation. The programs that they will deliver are a seniors program, a program on local food security, and a parent engagement program. The use of these 3 rooms by the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization has been discussed with the superintendent, principal, and trustee of Hodgson Middle School, as well as the trustee for the Vaughan Road building, and all are in support of the use. We're recommending that the 3 rooms in the Vaughan Road building be leased to the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization for up to 2 years, to begin no earlier than September 1st, 2023. They would be assigned to a community planning and partnership lease at the standard cost recovery rate and would be responsible for paying for any fit up required. This concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
I'm not seeing any questions or comments from trustees.
Happy to move this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin, and seconders, Trustee McLean. We will open the vote now, and Cherneslin in favor.
Sriskanaraja in favor. Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Earhart in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Hastings is in favor. Trustee Pay, Trustee Patel, I think Pay has left the room. Trustee Patel, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. Who else are we missing? Yeah. And that has carried unanimously. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our public agenda, and we will now move into private. Can I have a motion to move into private? I need a mover and a seconder, please. Trustee Rajwani, Trustee Earhart, thank you. All those in favor, say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any, that has carried. To the director, could you just remind me who we would have in the room for this matter?
Thank you.